and welcome to Bedford for day 2 of the Senior England Championships and the Disability Championships. I'm Miriam Walker-Khan and I'll be joined by Scott Eben on the commentary team. It's another glorious day in Bedford today. It's about 28-29 degrees and it'll be just like yesterday, medal after medal to be won by these athletes. Some of them might even win a Leonard the Lion. Now let's go over to Scott to start the commentary.
Well, thanks very much, Mim. What a fantastic day we had yesterday. And what another cracker we are in for today. The schedule for this one then, as you can see, we kick things off with the women's hammer and they are already underway at the top of the back straight. We also have the women's ambulant long jump. Steph Reed going in that. She was here as a spectator all day yesterday, but finally gets to get her jumping spikes on and find her way down the long jump runway. That is bang on schedule to get underway, so we will be joining that in just a few minutes' time. But our first track finals of day 2 here from the England Athletics Championships gets underway in 15 minutes' time with the one lap events. It's the women's 400 metre hurdles, and we are sure to see a bit of a battle between Nicole Kendall, Hayley McLean, Carol Granville and Jessica Tappin. So keep an eye out for the track action, which begins at 11 o'clock, but we will stick with the women's hammer and the women's ambulant long jump until then. Already in the hammer into the second round.
.58.26 for Kaylee Creswell. Just over the 60 metre line there for Katie Head, so it doesn't look as if it's quite as far as the first round throw.
Well, the lineup in this women's hammer final, 13 competitors going in this, a range from under 20s to seniors. We've got Anna Merritt, Katie Lambert, Pippa Wingate, Kaylee Presswell, Katie Head, Emma Beardmore, Ellen Thrall, Zoe Price, Alice Barnsdale, Lara Moffat, Philippa Davenant, Jessica Mayo and Kathy Coleman. The 13 athletes in this lineup are ranged from across the country as well, which is always good to see, from Southampton all the way up to Liverpool. It's good conditions again, and it is a lot hotter than it was this time yesterday morning. We're in the main stand here at the International Stadium in Bedford and it is sweltering. So if you are coming along today, don't forget, bring your face masks, hand sanitizer and bring your sun cream as well. Slip, slap, Scott, got to keep nice and hydrated as well today. And the hammer throwers will be sure to do that. The good thing for them is they get their medals, get their competition done and can head off for a nice leisurely lunch. Well, in excess of 45 metres there in the second round. Well, this is the women's ambulant long jump already getting underway. It is perfectly still looking at the windstock down by the long jump, triple jump runways.
Circle, Alex Barnsdale, 58.83 in the first round. Third.
Esme O'Connell there from Decorum and Tring. In the third round. This your full field in the ambulant women's long jump. Hetty Bartlett goes in this one as well. Olivia Breen, Polly Matten, Steph Reed, Madeline Down and Rebecca Scott. 7 athletes in this one. Early start for them, 10:45. Kicking off and already in the third round, smashing through the jumps, no problem. Laura Moffat, Marshall, Milton Keynes athlete in the circle, sends that one out to in excess of 50 metres, somewhere between the 50 and 60 metre sectors.
Second round throw, over 50. Personal best of 53.06. Oh, just short of that at 52.89. Jessica Mayo into the circle to complete the second round. I think that was out of the sector, unfortunately, there. It's gone over 60 metres. Commence the third round, 62.23 in that second round. Currently in second place. Short of the 60-metre line there for Wingate. Kaylee Presswell next. Into the circle. Long jump halfway through the third round. Steph Reed next to jump. 5.22 so far. Could be an improvement there for Presswell. Close to the 60 line.
Yeah, and you okay?
I'm well, thanks. And the vehicle is cruising 4753. That was out of the cross, lost it. Lane 5, Aaron.
That happens at London.
So Zoe Price, third round throw. The athletes are out on the track for the first race of the day, final women's 400 metre hurdles. After three rounds of the long jump competition, Holly Maiden leading with 5:32 from Steph Reed 5:22, and Olivia Reed 4:88.
Well, our first track final of the day then, the women's 400 metre hurdles. A good field in this one. And in lane 1 we've got Melissa Coxon from Rotherham Harriers. Outside her in 2, Jasmine Mitchell from Woodford Green and Essex Ladies. In 3, Nicole Kendall, the Thames Valley Harrier. Will certainly be amongst it here. 56.32 personal best. Outside her, Welsh Commonwealth Games athlete Carol Granville, the Swansea Harrier. Just being edged out in the opening heat yesterday by Kendall. She goes in lane 4. Out in 5, maybe the favourite. It's going to be so close to call, but Hayley McLean back to her best this season. Commonwealth Games in 2014 for England over this same event. Looked very comfortable with a 57.05 clocking in the heats yesterday. Outside her, Jess Tapping well. She ran in the 4 hurdles heats, ran in the 400 metre heats, looked pretty comfortable, and has also qualified for the 400 final later on. So it might be a busy afternoon for Tapping. Well, she goes in lane 6. Might be able to get amongst the medals here. In 7, Alexandra Hill from Blackie and Bromley. And in lane 8, Shay Clark from Chelmsford. Well, the 4 athletes in the middle then, Kendall, Granville, McLean, Tapping. 3 medals on offer, and it's going to be amongst these 4 competitors who can hold their nerve. It's quite still, a little bit of a breeze, but it is sweltering here. It's already in the mid-20s. The temperature probably a lot higher than that. I'd love to say I can get my thermostat out, but not going to be possible. Big, hectic day. Well, as the athletes are called to their blocks then, it's Coxon in 1, Mitchell in 2, Kendall in 3, Granville in 4, McLean in 5, Tappin in 6, Hill in 7 and Clark in lane 8. Our first track final of day 2 here at Bedford for the England Athletics Championships. Well, it felt like a long hold, didn't it? It went on for eternity, but they got away. And it's Hayley McLean already beginning to charge on the inside shoulder of Jess Tappan. She's just got the nudge at the minute. Carol Granville working hard as well, but she's pulled up. We're down to 7. Granville is out, and it's Kendall on the inside trying to make a charge around the top bend, closing that gap on Hayley McLean, but it is Hayley McLean and Jess Tappan doing well just to try and hold on to her as they go towards the home straight. McLean is in the lead, looking strong at the minute. Kendall, well, she finished so strongly yesterday in the heat. Can she do the same here? It's McLean from Kendall from Tappan. 3 of them in this. These are the medals. Who's going to get the gold though? McLean trying to hold on strong. Kendall looks full of running, coming into the final 10 metres. Who's going to get in on the dip? Well, that was very close. 56.08. Tappan gets the bronze, maybe inside her lifetime best. Alex Hill came through for 4th. My word, that would be a huge lifetime best for both Kendall and McLean. Well, we're going to have to wait very anxiously here just to find out who might have got that one. Neck and neck. It was a race of 2 halves, really, wasn't it? McLean took it out hard, and I think it, based on that, Hayley McLean might have just edged it. Well, it was Alexandra Hill from Blackheath and Bromley who picked up the 4th place. Shay Clark from the outside, a good run running blind. Well, what a start to the day. Oh, Hayley McLean getting the win. Just confirmed over the announcement here in the stadium. A huge lifetime best for her, absolutely at her best. Nicole Kendall put up a good fight, couldn't quite stretch through at the end, and a great run for Jess Tappan as well to get the bronze. We'll see her later on in the 400 metre final. Well, the lineup then for this men's 400 metre hurdles final, coming thick and fast today. No messing about. David Ariti of Charnwood goes in lane 1. Ben Higgins in 2. Max Shop had a good run yesterday, goes in 3. Chris McAllister from Thames Valley, a standout athlete in this field, 49.18 personal best set just a few weeks ago. Niall Carney goes in 5. Tyree Donovan looked sublime as well in the heats yesterday, he goes in 6. William Ritchie Moulin of Birchfield goes in lane 7, and Sam Clark of Cambridge and Coleridge goes in lane 8. Well, William Ritchie Moulin there qualified in the heats with a time of 53.77. Slowest through to today's final, but the man they'll all be keeping an eye out for is Chris McAllister. Would have been disappointed not to have got an Olympic spot through the World Athletics ranking system. Set a personal best literally a few days after as well, 49.18, so he's in good form, good conditions. No pressure on him really, be the expected gold medalist. What can the others do? Tyree Donovan might try and push him all the way. Could be a close battle between Donovan, Carney and Shot, who surround Chris McAllister. Well, the athlete's just choosing to get a bit of shade underneath the marquee, the presentation marquee in front of us here on the main stand. Back with the women's ambulance long jumper foul there.
Jessica Dale, 60 metre line. Well challenged for the lead. Currently out Katie Head at 64.40.
I'm not quite sure what the hold-up is. Officials just checking the hurdle heights. The athletes were very, very eager, and we hadn't got any of the support around the stadium. Just double checking the hurdle heights. Well, let's just give you the official results of the women's 400 metre hurdles final. Hayley McLean did take the win in 56.08. Nicole Kendall the silver in 56.11, a personal best, and Jess Tappin just outside her lifetime best was 56.97. But it's all about the men's edition now. Who's going to take the win here? You would put all your money on with Chris McAllister, but you can never be too sure. On the inside, Higgins, Richie Mooley in 2, Donovan in 3, McAllister the favourite in 4, Carney in 5, Shop in 6, Folds in 7, and Clark in lane 8. The senior men's 400 metre hurdles final. Well, away cleanly, and Tyree Donovan getting out well, and McAllister beginning to try and close the gap on Niall Carney in the distinctive strips of Shaftesbury Barnet outside of him. And now we begin to see the class of Chris McAllister as he cruises down that back straight, passing Carney, passing Shop, passing Folds, and now Clark. And it is all about Chris McAllister now, and Tyree Donovan on his inside in the bright blue vest, trying to stay with him as long as possible. But Chris McAllister is the class of the field. Coming into the home straight, McAllister has the lead by some 3 or 4 metres, and that is going to be extended in the final 50 metres to the final barrier. He's nice and cool. Chris McAllister storming away here, eyes on the clock. 49.77. Josh Folds, well, what a finish from him on the outside. He just edged it for silver, and I think Tyree Donovan managed to hold on for the bronze. Well, McAllister absolutely delighted. Pleased with that, isn't he? Absolutely thrilled with that one. Well, it wasn't really much of a race for the gold, was it? Chris McAllister was always going to have that wrapped up. He wanted a quick time. It was a solo race. Josh Folds, who I believe was originally disqualified from the heats, he picked up the silver. Been a good weekend for the Folds family, hasn't it? And picking up the bronze, another Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, Niall Carney. Those are your medalists.
Competitions continue. Next event on track, the heats of the men's 200 metres, 3 heats, leading to a final.
Well, the women's hammer still going into the final couple of rounds, and we are just waiting for the conclusion of the women's ambulant long jump, and we will be having the senior men's edition shortly afterwards. Could be one of the picks of the weekend, actually. They've come out quite early, a good half an hour ahead of schedule. Going to be quite tight to choose between the potential medalists in that.
Jessica Mayo and Alan launched out another huge throw. 67.76. So getting ever closer to our personal best, just over a metre further. Fine throw in there in this hammer competition.
Well, our next track event is the senior men's 200 metre heats, 3 heats. We'll be having only heats and a final at the semi-final time, so if you've seen it on your schedule, you only have 3 heats which will be progressing through to a final later on, no semi-finals.
the competition about to enter the final round. The winning time for that is 49.75.
Well, still going strong in the hammer. Pitched that one out just over the 45 metres sort of line. And this is the final round of the women's ambulant long jump. Stiff read at the top of the runway there.
So on the track, we move on now to the heats on the 200 metres. All senior men. There will be 3 heats.
Well, just to give a confirmation of the senior men's 400 metre hurdles final, Chris McAllister took the win in 49.75 in second. Well, we're seeing actually, let's just wait for that to come up. Josh Folds has been disqualified. Well, a bit shocked at that because he would have absolutely slaughtered his personal best. Niall Carney has been given silver in 51.30, so you can only assume that Josh Folds would have been well inside his best of 52 seconds. And Tyree Donovan therefore is bumped up from 4th into bronze. I wonder whether or not he'll appeal that when he sees the result. Well, they haven't come out for their medal presentation yet, so we shall wait and see. I'll bring you an update as and when we have it. Well, overall, at the bottom of the back straight, we've got the men's 200 metre athletes just setting up their blocks for heat 1. Well, we've had a couple of changes to this, a few dropouts. The final is going to go at the semi-final time, which will be at 1:30, so they'll have a couple of hours recovery, time to cool down, maybe sit in the car and put the aircon on. It's one of those days today. Everybody's sweltering here in Bedford and we're not even at midday.
Still maintains a lead though.
Well, just seeing on the results of that senior men's 400 metre hurdles final, Josh Folds has been disqualified for track rule 22.6.1. So those of you that know that off the top of your head, it's where the trailing leg at the hurdle clearance is below the horizontal plane of the top hurdle. So you can assume that perhaps his left trail leg was on the inside and below the actual top of the barrier. We'll see what progresses with that and bring you an update as and when we have it. But for now, it's heat 1 of the men's 200 metres. The lineup then: Patrick Pearce of Birchfield goes in 1. Ayad Alabati goes in 2. Ben Snaith in 3. Jahide Williams goes in 4. In 5 it's Cameron Bailey. In 6 Zachary Stapleton. 7 Jamal Chambers. And in 8 top 8 Adeye of Enfield in Haringey. Well, going to be a tough battle between the guys in lanes 3 and 4, you suspect. Ben Snaith in the yellow strip of Newman Essex Beagles there. Outside him, Jahade Williams. Well, the athletes called to their blocks from the inside once again. Pearce, Albertetti, Snaith, Williams, Bailey, Stapleton, Chambers, and Adeye cleanly away, and Williams got off to an absolute bolter in the black strip of Harrow. Look at him go, already on the inside shoulder of Bailey. Snaith, he's got 400 metre strength, so we expect he'll finish stronger. Now look at him as he progresses into the home straight, has opened up a clear gap on Williams. Williams looking comfortable on the outside. Adeye going well, but Ben Snaith controls this from the front. 21.45, Tope Adeye coming through for second, and Williams just fading slightly in the final 30 metres or so. Well, Ben Snaith did really well, was quite relaxed around the bend, was running fast but really turned the screw as he transitioned into the home straight. It's the top 2 and the next 2 fastest that progressed through to the final automatically. Snaith there looks pretty happy with his performance. We will see him at 1:30, a couple of hours time for that final. 2 more heats to come in this men's 200 metres. Well, heat 2 of the men's 200 metres. 7 athletes lining up in this one. Seen a couple of these guys already race yesterday. Bradley Whitehead of Rugby Northampton goes in lane 2. Tom Summers goes in lane 3. Toby Harries in lane 4. And Mel Freckleton, Swansea Harriet, goes in 5. Nick Price of Royal Sutton Coldfield goes in lane 6. Matt Buckner from Bracknell in lane 7. And Ryan Gorman in lane 8. I do not forget it, but Tom Summers, Toby Harries and Ryan Gorman, all very talented GB junior athletes over the 200 metres. Tom Summers, World Junior finalist. Toby Harries now moved up really from the 200 to the 400. Seen him compete internationally for Great Britain over the 4x400.
32, 200 metres.
Well, we saw Ben Snaith control that first heat very comfortably. Who's going to be able to do the same here today? Great conditions for sprinting. There is barely a breeze in the sky. Whitehead in 2, Summers in 3, Harries in 4, Freckleton in 5, Price in 6, Butner in 7, and Gorman on the outside in the strip of City of York. He goes in lane 8. Heat 2 of the men's 200 metres on day 2 of the England Athletics Championships. Away cleanly, look at Gorman go on the outside. Nick Price also having an absolute flyer around the bend. Summers already gone past Harries as well, and there's not too much to choose between them. Tom Summers leading at the moment on the outside, Gorman going well. Harries trying to show his strength and come back into contention now. Harries just pressing through, might edge this one. He does. 21:30 on the clock. Summers gets second and Gorman in third. It will be Harries and Summers, the automatic qualifiers for the final later on. Ryan Gorman will have to wait and see whether he's done enough. Well, he had a bit of work to do, didn't he, Toby Harries, going into the home straight. Last 50 metres just began to put his foot down and cruise past Tom Summers, really. So, make the semi-finals of the 100 metres yesterday, sharpening his tools for today. Good performance in that 200 metre heat though from Toby Harries, and we have one more heat to come in this men's 200 metres. Just having a little look at the programme once again after this. We've got some ambulant 200 metre races and then the women's 200 metre finals in the ambulant event. Now just getting the results from that first senior men's 200 metre heats. Ben Snaith 21:45 for the win. Top Day of Enfield 21:63 for second, and there was a minus 1.3 metre per second headwind, so it's been recorded anyway. It might be worth mentioning he's more of a crosswind really, so they will have it on their backs as they come around the bend, but not very helpful in the home straight. Bit surprised really to see a minus 1.3 come up, but it's not really your traditional headwind. Well, heat 3 then, the lineup for this. Sam Asawa goes in lane 1. Elliot Jones goes in lane 2. Alex Beachy goes in 3. James Gladman in 4. Ben Wells goes in 5. Andy Robertson, the 100 metre champion from yesterday. He's on the start list. I'm just trying to pinpoint him toward the back straight. I've not seen him just yet, but he is over there. Can't miss his arm sleeves. In 7th, Dominic Lamb goes for the City of Sheffield, and on the outside, Andre Wright. Medlow Maidstone had a run on his own yesterday after originally being disqualified in 100 metres. They gave him an opportunity to try and qualify under protest, I think.
In 7th, Dominic Lamb of Sheffield. In lane 8, Andre Wright, Medway and Maidstone.
21.3, the fastest time from the second heat by Toby Harries. So we get a whistle from the 200 start from the officials. They are ready to roll. Full field of 8 in this one then. Sawa on the inside. Jones in 2. Beachy in 3. Gladman in 4. Robertson in 6. Ben Wells goes in 5. Dominic Lamb in 7. And Andre Wright on the outside in lane 8. Keep an eye out for our 100 metre champion Andy Robertson in lane 6. Cleanly away as expected. Andy Robertson gets off to an absolute bolter, already gone past Lamb and Wright in the middle. Gladman having a good run in the black strip of Birchfield, but it is Andy Robertson leading in the home straight. 50 metres to go. Samasewa having a good run from the inside, trying to get back into contention. Andy Robertson, I think, will just hold on. Gladman gets second, 21.34, and Asewa with an excellent run from lane 1. Well, we have to wait and see what the time from the second heat is, but Samasewa will have certainly pushed one of the non-automatic qualifying spots. A quick look at the replay, and Andy Robertson doing the business. James Gladman just edging it from Asewa, and Alex Beachy being run out of it for 4th. Well, this is the official result of the first heat of the men's 200 metres. Ben Snaith and Tope Day qualifying automatically. Well, next up on the track then we've got some ambulant men's 200 metre races. And we should bring that to you in just a few moments' time.
So we move on to our first presentation of the day, and it's for the ambulant women in the long jump competition. The bronze medal, 772 points, from the city of Norwich, Hetty Bartlett. The silver medal, 827 points, from Devizes, Holly Mason. The gold medal and England champion with 969 points from the city of Portsmouth, Olivia Breen.
Well, the start list then for the senior men's long jump final, which is about to get underway. Final few preparations and warm-up jumps and setting out their marks. Trevor Alexanderson, Jake Berkey, Ogo Anachironye, Shane Howard, Jack Roach, Sam Kagali, Jack Phipps, James Lediot, Jacob Fincham-Dukes, Alexander Farquharson. All the big names here. Fincham-Dukes currently leading the UK rankings with an 8 metres and 8 centimetre jump earlier on in the year. FAO AFO, a winner in the triple jump yesterday, goes in this as well. Paul Hogan and Rob Warren also in the mix, but we could probably have to say Jacob Fincham-Dukes and Alex Farquharson and James Lediot. Sam Kagali as well might be able to get amongst the medals in that one. As we have a look at the women's hammer throw medalists.
The gold medal and England champion with 67 metres 76 from Birchfield Harriers, Jessica Mayo.
Jessica Mayo taking the gold medal.
And of course every winner also gets Lenny the Lion, the infamous Lenny the Lion.
Oh, good morning already. All wrapped up for 11:30 and got the medals. Great job from the hammer throw girls today.
We stay with the 200 metres on the track. It's the senior men ambulance finals, where there will be 2 races.
Well, the result from that second heat of the men's 200 metres, Toby Harries gets the win with 21.31. Tom Summers 21.39. Ryan Gorman in third with 21.54. That was a minus 1.3 metre per second wind. As I tell you, it doesn't feel very breezy at all. So as it stands, in the 2 non-automatic qualifying spots, Ryan Gorman and Nick Price, Sutton Coldfield, are in the mix, but we shall wait for the official result from the third heat, won by Andy Robertson. Well, Mim Walker-Khan is trackside with a post-race interview.
So I'm with Olivia Breen, who is the winner of the ambulant women's long jump. Olivia, that was brilliant. Congratulations, you're the England champion. How does it feel?
Thank you. It feels really good. Obviously it was a great competition, really consistent, so I'm really happy. And obviously it'll be a good lead up to going to Tokyo for sure, definitely.
Now we said the competition looked quite short, and you said that's kind of a good thing because it's so hot. So
Yeah.
you're just going to watch for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I'm here. I just thought I might as well watch athletics. And there hadn't been any athletics since last year with COVID, so I just thought I might as well watch and make the most of the weather. So yeah.
And how has training been for you the past year, and I guess since kind of January this year when things picked up again?
Actually, everything's been really well. I trained all through lockdown, so I just thought I might as well work on my weaknesses, and why not just stop training? Obviously, it's really helped me for training, and training's going really well. So fingers crossed. We've got selection tomorrow, so fingers crossed.
And how are you feeling for tomorrow? You must be pretty confident.
Yeah, I'm very confident. So yeah, fingers crossed.
And if you got to Tokyo, what would your kind of aims be, and what do you want to leave with, I guess?
A medal. Any medal.
Any medal?
Yeah, any medal would be amazing. That'd be a dream come true. But yeah, I just want to jump consistently and just do what I've been doing during the training and just stay relaxed and confident and just do what I can do.
Brilliant. Well, we'll all be cheering you on. Thanks
Thank you.
a lot for talking to us, Liv. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have the qualifiers for the men's 200 metre final. From heat 1 it was Ben Snade, Toby Adeyeye. From heat 2, Toby Harries, Tom Summers. And from heat 3, Andy Robertson, James Gladman, Sam Ossower and Alex Beachy.
Well, next up on track, we've got some more 200 metre action for you, and it's in the ambulant men's edition. But first, just wrapping up the result from the third heat. Sam Asawa picking up one of the non-automatic qualifying spots in third with 21.45. Andy Robertson gets the win in 21.32, and James Gladman gets second in 21.41. So just trying to wrap up those non-automatic qualifiers for you. That was a minus 0.6 win in the third heat. So unfortunately for Ryan Gorman, he's been run out of it, and we were going to see Sam Asawa and Alex Beachy as the two non-automatic qualifiers. So 4 athletes from that third heat will qualify. It's going to be Robertson, Gladman, Asawa, Beachy, Harries, Summers, Snaith and Aday in the men's 200 metre final. Just under 2 hours time at 1:30. But for now, still with the 200 metres. Well, we will catch up with the men's long jump competition, which is just got underway with round 1. In this first heat of the ambulant men's 200 metres, Ayumbo Coker in 1, Jones in 2, Matax in 3, Arnott in 4, Whitehead in 5, Kirby in 6, Thompson in 7, Anderson in lane 8. Well, good start on the outside from Thompson, Anderson and Kirby. Richard Whitehead finishes very, very strongly. Look at him come the whirlwind. But from lane 6, Ethan Kirby, the Newton Abbott athlete, storming away with this one. Going to take a comfortable win and cruises through the line, 23.78. Whitehead, I think, just coming through for second in the end. It was a strong finish from him, as you always see. And, well, good race all in there. Well, this is just the finish of that ambulant men's 200. Kirby taking it comfortably in the end. Whitehead did well to finish so strong. Well, the medal presentation then for the women's 400 metre hurdles. Jess Tapping got the bronze just out of her lifetime best with 56.97. Nicole Kendall 56.11, a huge PB for her. And at top with the gold medal and Lenny the Lion Teddy. Hayley McLean, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, with a huge lifetime best of 56.08. Well, we've got another ambulant men's 200 metre race, and it's Javon Parks, we saw yesterday, goes in lane 2. Henry Ackroyd from Bingley goes in 3 seconds. Samuel in 4. George Fox in 5. Toby Markham in 6. Ben Pearson, good win for him yesterday in the 100, goes in lane 7. And Michael Bates from Doncaster goes in lane 8. We saw a good run from Ethan Kirby of lane 6 in the first heat. This, the long jump. Huge field. Ago Arno Chironye from Thames Valley. Trying to keep an eye on the scoreboard at the long jump, but they are using the bottom pit, and The scoreboard just a bit too tight of an angle for us to see here. Well, a full field of 13, a huge field of 13 athletes in the long jump. Jack Phipps, pole vaulter, but also exceptional long jumper as well. Very, very fast on the 100 metre and 60 metre track as well. So he picked up a medal in the pole vault yesterday, hoping for perhaps more of the same in the long jump. But we go back to the track with the men's 200 metre ambulant race, the second race in this. So it's Parks in 2, Ackroyd in 3, Samuel in 4, Fox in 5, Markham in 6, Pearson in 7 and Bates in lane 8. Well, it's a shortened field, only 4 athletes running in this on the outside. Bates going well. Long run for the Bedford athlete Javon Parks on the inside to try and catch up with the athletes on the outside. Coming through the middle though in lane 5, it's George Fox, the Blackpool athlete. Parks on the inside working hard, trying to get back amongst it. It's very tight, but I think that it's going to be George Fox holding them all off. Bates does well, the Doncaster athlete on the outside. 26.16 for the win then, George Fox. Just holding off the late charge of Michael Bates and Toby Markham. Javon Parks had a lot of work to do to try and build up from that stagger, but did very well and made it a good race in the end. 26.16 on the clock for George Fox, who gets the win in that one. Well, top of the runway there, Alex Farquharson having the season of his life, the Coventry Godiva Harrier. Currently sits 4th in the UK rankings. Personal best set a couple of months ago, 7.78. Jumped agonisingly close to that last weekend in Leamington as well. Most consistent season he's ever had. He is the British champion as well. Can he get another gold this weekend? We'll keep an eye on that. What is reaction, and eyes on the scoreboard as well. Well, opening round jumper, 7 metres 50 for Alex Farquharson. We now have the women's ambulant 200 metres. The lineup then, Simran Kaur in 2, Faye Olsvaka in 4, Victoria Basket in 5, Libby Clegg goes in 6. The guide runner Chris Clark will occupy lane 7. Kadina Cox goes in lane 8. That's your field for this women's 200 metres. FA Owefo. I think he was wearing a cap when he was triple jumping yesterday, not today. The Harrow athlete. Well, early days, first round, Farquharson pinged it out to 7.50. Owefo there, 6.76 I think the scoreboard says on that, 6.79 rather. So we need a bit more than that to try and challenge for a medal today. The best of the best are here. Fincham Dukes not yet jumped. Well, this women's ambulant 200 metre final then. Basket goes in 1, Hart in 2, Clegg in 3, Jackson in 5, Lyle in 6, Cox in 7, and India Oates goes in lane 8. Libby Clegg and her guide runner Chris Clark from lanes 3 and 4. The women's 200 metre ambulant final. Well, we're missing a few athletes from this. Maria Lyle having a good run from the outside already. She's running on her own, but now we move into the home straight, and Chris Clark and Libby Clegg storming ahead. Libby Clegg looking fantastic here, much improved compared to her 100 yesterday. Fantastic across the line, 27.75 on the inside. Victoria Basket, and an excellent run from Libby Clegg. Was patient and controlled around the bend, but looked very strong in the home straight. It'll be interesting to see what the wind reading of that is, because the wind sock down by the long jump now suggesting that it's a bit of a tailwind in the home straight, so the long jumpers have a bit of a headwind. But great finish from Victoria Basket on the inside. Well, next up on the track, we've got some more action, but it's Mim Walker Khan with Jessica Mayo trackside, the women's hammer champion.
I am with Jess Mayo, the winner of the women's hammer. Jess, that was a dramatic competition for you, 2 no throws, and then the third one you just risked it all.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't make it easy for myself. Yeah, I just said 2 no throws. Third throw, we just knew that I needed to get it out, so we dropped down to just down to 3 turns. In a champs, it's all about competing. You need that 1 throw in to get the other 3. So I did that today, and then I knew then I just had to reset and go again with the next 3 throws.
And how were the final 3 throws for you?
I started to find my groove a little bit. So I had mid 65s, and then I think it was 67, 76, and then the last one was feeling really nice, and I just got a bit too excited at the end. And yeah, it was a no throw. But I gave it everything that I could on the day, and showed probably a bit of strength of character.
You've come away with a gold medal, probably a suntan as well. What have you got planned for the rest of the season?
So we don't know whether we're going to shut it down yet or whether we're going to carry on. I think we'll probably carry on until Manchester International and shut it down. You know, next year is a really big year, and I want to be a part of everything that's going on next year. So we're kind of looking more longer term.
Bro, Jess, thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank
and good
you.
luck. Thank you.
Jack Roach in the long jump there, 7.29. Good jump in the second round, but with the talent on show, might need to start edging away. They do have a slight headwind, it looks as if, and yeah, they will be jumping into a slight tailwind. Last ambulant 100-metre races have been plus 0.2 and plus 0.7 metre per second wins. Jack Phipps there. Birchfield Harrier. Putting himself in a good position, only 6:49 that round though. Well, we've got the women's race running 200-metre final now. Orla Conneely goes in lane 2, Ellie Simpson in 4 and Charlie Denman in lane 6. Well, James Elliott there in the long jump doesn't look in good health, does he? Limping away from that one. Season's best this year is 7:77, got a best is 7:85. Alex Farquharson next up on the runway. Already jumped 7:50 in the first round. Good speed, hits that cleanly, gets a white flag. Look pretty happy with that one. Having a bit of a chat with his coach Andy Vincent. Bit of feedback after that one. 7:50 in the first round. A bit better this time in the second round. 7:59, edging forward, and that takes the lead. Alex Farquharson looking to try and do the British and English Championship double this weekend. Well, it looks as if our race runners are just about ready to roll. Orla Conneely goes in 2, Ellie Simpson in lane 4, and from Gloucester AC, Charlie Denman in lane 6. The women's race running 200-metre final. Away nicely, and Simpson in the middle, already charging forward. Denman got some speed now and starting to motor around the bend as they look towards the home straight. Simpson keeping the cadence going forward. They have a bit of a tailwind down this home straight on their backs, and Ellie Simpson looks sublime. Charlie Denman working hard, but it's Ellie Simpson's race and she's going to take the win here. 38.40. Charlie Denman gets second. Ellie Simpson will be delighted with that. She was very, very happy after the 100 yesterday. A good race from Orla Conneely as well. Well, we have the men's edition in just a few moments' time. We're running nicely on schedule at the moment as well, which is good to see. We'll be able to jump up towards the end of the day as well, seeing as the men's 200-metre final is now going to be at 1:30, which would be at the semi-final time. Only 2 athletes going in the next race running event. Paul Logan, the Croydon Harrier there, rounding up the second round of the long jump. Women's high jump final, just going through their final preparations, looking to get underway. Well, the race running 200 metre final, Rafiq Suleiman, we heard from him after his win yesterday. Let's see if we catch up with him again today. He goes in 4, and Tom Talbot from Lincoln Wellington goes in lane 6, back to the runway. Trevor Alexanderson, the Birchfield athlete, with a 6.97 there, starting things off in round 3. Alexanderson trying to get towards his season's best of 7 6 centimetres. Birmingham Uni Jake Berkey, under 23, one of the youngest in this field. Well, 7.15 from Jake Berkey in that third round. Back to the 200 metre start though with Rafiq Suleiman and Thomas Talbot in the race running event. Our last 200 for a little bit before we come back to it with the women's heats shortly. The women's 200 metres heats, they go after the men's final at 1:40. Just waiting for the final go from the officials. Well, it looks as if we've only got Rafiq Suleiman in this one on his own, charging forward around the bend, working hard. I'm sure he's going to get a lot of support as he comes into the home stretch. Rafiq Suleiman, or Tom Talbot rather, coming into the home straight now. Working hard and getting a lot of support, a lot of cheer from the crowd here. Edging his way towards the line, working exceptionally hard. 49.06 on the clock. Great job from Tom Talbot, Lincoln Wellington. Tough going on your own, but A very, very valiant effort indeed. Tom Talbot doing a great job. Jack Phipps again in the long jump. Well, we've got the perhaps on paper the top three competitors lining up next. James Lelliott will go in the long jump in the third round. You can see him in the yellow strip of Bournemouth in a minute.
So we have the presentation of medals for that senior women's race running final. Bronze medal, 47.97 from Sheffield, Paula Keneally.
James Lelliott then, third round attempt. Powerful, very strong jumper. With 7.53 I think in the previous round. And it's the medal presentation from the women's race running 200 metre final. Lelliott nice and consistent, 7 metres 49 in that third round attempt, just marginally off his round 2 effort. Alex Farquharson at the top of the runway now.
Competition continues. Currently at 3 metres 20. We're on second attempt there. And with Sam Rawlinson of Birchfield.
Alex Farquharson then will stay with him on this jump. Just seen James Lelliott get another consistent jump to 7.49. Farquharson with his 7.59 second round attempt leads the competition. Trying a new technique, I believe, and looking strong here today. Cool character, Alex Farquharson. He's the British champion. Well, Alex Farquharson has extended his lead to 7 metres 69, less than 10 centimetres off his lifetime best set this season. Well, Farquharson was 4th in 2019 when the competition was held at Sports City in Manchester. He leads this competition after his third round jump. FA Owefo, the triple jump champion, trying to do the double. Not often that happens. Owefo 7 metres 20. Might put him in the top half of jumpers so far. Paul Hogan, the Croydon Harrier, lining up his third round attempt. They do have a slight breeze. It's edging between a crosswind and a headwind. Paul Hogan. No improvement, 6m79 in the third round. We've got the women's long jump getting underway. They're due to start in around about 15 minutes time. Not got underway yet. Athletes going through their preparations as we move back to the long jump. Rob Warman, the University of Sheffield athlete, number 594. Well, he gets the red flag, that's a foul. Disappointed with that one. Looked to be a bit of a better jump for Rob Warman.
The presentation for the senior men's ambulance 200 metres. Bronze medal from Victoria Park, City of Glasgow, Alexander Thompson. The silver medal was Rhys Jones, he's not here. The gold medal, England champion from Southall, Richard Whitehead. And the presentation of medal for the race running senior men's final, time of 48.95. From Lincoln Wellington, Tom Talbot. So the athletes warming up for the first heat of two in the senior women's 100 metre hurdles. With the first three, two fastest losers to the final. So we'll go through the lineup for this first semi-final. In lane 3, Katie Stainson. In lane 4, Alicia Barrett of Trafford. In 5, Angelita Broadblake on Thames Valley. In 6, Emily Russell of Harrow.
Well, Paul Hogan, the Croydon Harrier, will get things underway in the fourth round of the men's long jump. We have the women's 100 metre hurdles about to get underway as well, so I think we're going to see Ogan jump and then move to the hurdles. So Ogan down the runway then. 4th round. Gets the white flag. Let's see what he gets marked with here. Very still for that jump. Don't think he would have got any wind reading at all. Well, it's not over 7 metres. 680. As we move to the heat of the women's 100 metre hurdles. 9 athletes will go down to 8. Katie Stainton goes in 3. Alicia Barrett, perhaps the favourite, in 4. Angelita Broadbelt Blake in 5. Russell in 6. Kira Holt in 7. And Angelita Broadbelt Blake storming away with this. Alicia Barrett, she's strong over the second half of the race, and she's pulled away over these final 3 barriers to take the win. 13.64. Broadbelt Blake gets second, and Katie Stainton, the heptathlete by trade, gets third, and those 3 get the automatic qualifying spots, and we'll see them in very shortly for the final. Well, it's a great start by Angelita Broadbelt Blake. Barrett third in the UK this year, 13.18 seconds, done that into a headwind, so we'll be looking for a bit more. Come final time. Trevor Alexanderson. Birchfield man. Got the white flag and awaiting his mark. .698, just a few centimetres off his season's best. Ogo Anachironye, Thames Valley Harrier in the 4th round. Well, we've got the result of the women's 200 metre race running final. Ellie Simpson with the win. Her second of the weekend, 38.29 on the clock for her. Charlie Denman gets second with 39.81. And Orla Keneally with 47.97. Great to have had the race runners here this weekend. F8 Wayfo. Round 4 of the long jump for our triple jump champion for 2021. Different runway for him today. It's good lift. We'll wait to see his result before we go to the second heat of the women's 100 metre hurdles. Away folk. And no improvement for him. 7.21 in round 4. So the second heat of the women's 100 metre hurdles, 13.64 the win for Alicia Barrett in the first heat. We have Megan Mars in lane 3 this time, clubmate Harriet Jones in 4, Heather Patton in 5 and Natasha Smith in 6, and they are away. Heather Patton always gets off to an absolute flyer. She's a rocket out of the blocks, and on the inside Megan Mars having a good run at the moment, and there's not too much to choose between them. I think Megan Mars is beginning to pull away. She might just get it. No, I think Patton might have come back for that one. It was neck and neck really. We'll have to have a look at the replay. But a good run from Megan Mars. 13.58 on the clock here. Mars, her personal best 13.32, only 13.43 this year. It was close indeed, wasn't it? They were stride for stride. Look at that, not much to choose between them at all. Maybe the camera giving a bit of a parallax and looking as if Patton got it. Not too much to choose between them, but well, we will see the front three there all through to the final. Natasha Smith will have to wait and see whether or not she's done enough. Jack Roach there just running through the Newman Essex Beagle. James Lelliott at the top of the runway, looking to try and close in on Alex Farquharson's lead. Round 4 of the men's long jump. Lelliott, away he goes. Powers his way down the runway. Stuttered into that a bit, didn't he? Fouled, bailed out of it. Will need a bit more in the final 2 rounds. We'll have to stand and watch Alex Farquharson, who just adjusts his mark. Well, there is Alex Farquharson, our leader in the long jump. 7.69. Good series so far. 7.50, 7.49, 7.69. Alex Farquharson, your British champion for 2021. Good speed on the runway. Gets the white flag. Difficult to see from our camera angle what sort of distance that would be, along with the markers at the side of the pit. Waiting for the scoreboard. Looks full of jumping though, doesn't he, Alex? Yeah, 7.37 that time. Not any improvement for Alex Farquharson. He's got 2 more jumps to go in the final 2 rounds. Well, we've got the men's 110 metre hurdles up next, just having a few adjustments for the hurdle markings and lifting them up to 3'6". We'll stick with Paul Hogan in the long jump for now before the track action resumes. The women's high jumpers are on the top bend. They will have a bit of a headwind or crosswind to contend with as well. Trying to make use of a bit of shade by the outer track barriers, and it's Paul Logan in the long jump for now. Gets a white flag. We'll see what his mark is. 7 metres and 5 centimetres for Paul Logan. Women's high jump then. Starting things off at 1 metres 55. Bernice Coulson, the Not Say athlete, clearing that one with ease. Be very comfortable for the vast majority of these athletes. Can't see anyone really failing as the long jump continues with Trevor Alexanderson.
Next to step is right will be Shannon Craig. Danny Fleming completes the first round in the discus with 46.07. Next into the circle, the current leader, Nick Percy, just over 60 metres, first round. So clearance for Shannon Craig, and next up, Debbie Martin of Ashford. Windsor. All these first-time appearances. 59.35 for Percy. And we move on to the 110 hurdles. Two heats. First heat, lane 3. Well Pereira of Harrow. And Edson Gomez of Shaftesbury Barnet. 5. Dejan Wright of Harrow. 6. Maranga Makaya of Notts. And in 7, Daniel Marathich.
Well, James Elliott about to have another attempt in the long jump in the 5th round. Really at the business end. He's got big jumps in him. He's done it before. We are waiting because we have the men's 110 metre hurdles heat 1. Miguel Pereira goes into Edson Gomez from Shaftesbury Barnet outside of him, and these two are having a real run for it. Gomez beginning to pull away Pereira, trying to stay strong, but it's going to be Edson Gomez taking the win in heat 1. 14.10 seconds. Dejan Wright and Daniel Marath-Orzic coming through in third and fourth. So Edson Gomez takes the win, Miguel Pereira in second, and Dejan Wright, the 3 automatic qualifiers from that first heat. Daniel Marath-Orzic. We'll have to wait and see whether or not he's done enough to qualify for the final. We'll see them a little bit later on. The men's 110 metre hurdles final, incidentally, is well, it's the last event of the day at 4:05. 14:10 on the clock. Well, a bit of a pause in that long jump. It was Jack Roach taking his attempt. L'Elliott in the 5th round, needing a big jump here to put the pressure on. Jumped 7.77 here at the biggest jumps fest earlier in the season. Gets good lift on that, gets the white flag. £7.61. That is his best so far. Stays in second. Well, Alex Farquharson in the long jump. James L'Elliott with a 7.61. Farquharson still leads with 7.69 from his 3rd round attempt. Went for that one, gets the white flag. Again, very cool customer. He's the British champion. He knows how to win. Was delighted with that in Sports City. Trying to edge closer with his lifetime best towards 8 metres. Arms out wide. 7 metres and 83 from Alex Farquharson. That is a new lifetime best. He extends his lead by more than 20 centimetres in this competition. He is in such good form. Almost unbeatable at the minute, but we have one more jump remaining. What sort of pressure can James L'Elliott do? He would need a lifetime best, certainly, to push close to it. He jumped 7.85 last year, James L'Elliott, so he has it in the tank. But we will move back to the track with the men's 110 metre hurdles, heat 2. Well, in this lineup then, Ollie Cresswell goes in lane 3. Jake Porter, the Birchfield Harrier, fastest in this field on paper, 13.68 personal best. David Oriti, we saw him in the final of the 400 metre hurdles earlier on, multi-talented over the short and long hurdles, and outside him Owen Hurd goes in 6, Alex Parkinson goes in 7, and on the outside Bradley Reed goes in lane 8. So we've already seen Edson Gomez go well in that first heat, edging Miguel Pereira. Jake Porter will be looking to try and stamp his authority in this field. Jake Porter is season's best of 13.92 seconds. The lineup this weekend is fastest this season. And they get away well on his Porter, who rises first. 2 lanes outside of him, Owen Hurd is going well and trying to contest for the lead, but it is all about Jake Porter, looking cool, looking calm towards the line. 14.27 seconds. I think David Oriti of Charnwood came through for second. Ollie Cresswell was in the mix. Owen Hurd had his hands around that second automatic qualifying spot almost the whole race. We'll take a look at the replay in just a second, but it is Jake Porter that wins that heat, and we will see him shortly for the champion, for the final. Porter, incidentally, our champion from 2019, won that in 14.01. We'll be looking for more of the same today. So it's Porter that takes the win by 5 metres. Cresswell for second. Oriti well on heavy legs. He's done the business and got that third automatic qualifying spot. We will see him in the final later on, his second final of the day and the weekend in the 400 hurdles and 110 metre hurdles for him. So in the long jump then, into the 6th round, it's Ogo Anochironye, the Thames Valley Harrier. Well, pops about the pit. He's got a legal jump. He awaits the measurement. Only a few more attempts remaining in this competition. Elliott and Farquharson battling it out for the gold medal. Farquharson with a personal best in the 5th round. Jake Berkey at the top of your screen. We've only got a small crowd here this in Bedford, and trying to get a bit of crowd engagement. Jake Berkey, the University of Birmingham athlete. Foul, unfortunately, in the final round for Jake Berkey. That's his day over. Well, we have the results and the medals for the women's ambulant 200 metres final from the Disability Championships this weekend. Lily Clegg picking up the bronze. Maria Lyle picking up the gold medal. FA away foe. Awaiting to see whether he's jumped into a medal position. The triple jump champion from yesterday. Not much he can do now. It is over 7 metres. (7.29). Well, next up on the runway, Jack Roach, the Newman Essex Beagle. (7.52) this year. Well, bailed out of that. Didn't feel it. It was a legal jump, so it will be measured. Looks a bit disappointed there. There is only one man who can challenge the lead, the penultimate competitor, James Lelliott, the Bournemouth athlete. Only 1 centimetre behind Alex Farquharson until the 5th round jump in terms of the UK rankings. Lelliott in the long jump. Put a lot into that one. Bounced out of the pit, seemed to quite like it. He was the only person that could challenge the lead. Only Alex Farquharson to come. His personal best in the 5th round of 7.83 leads this competition. Lelliott on his knees. Looked to have taken a bit of a knock in one of the earlier rounds, but bounced back well. He got 7.61 in round 4. He does make an improvement, 7.66 for James Lelliott, less than 20 centimetres down on his personal best. Alex Farquharson. He has won this competition. He is your English champion, is your British champion. A new lifetime best to boot in the 5th round of 7.83. What a season. Farquharson then down the runway for a final time this weekend. Well, got almost too much height on that, had to bail out of it. Looked as if he was going to go, well, out of the pit and out of the sky almost. But what a competition. Alex Farquharson, your English champion. A new lifetime best, 7.83. Almost sent that final jump into a different stratosphere. But he is your British champion and your English champion for 2021. The Coventry Godiva Harrier. Well, congratulations to him. We will try and grab him for a bit of a chat after the medal ceremony later on. But for now, before the track action resumes with the 3K race walk, we have Miriam Walker-Khan, who is trackside with our ambulant women's 200 metre champion, Maria Lyle, our gold medalist.
So we're underway with the 3K walk for both senior men and senior women. of the Bedford Walking Club. Christian Hopper to Canterbury.
Well, we are underway with the 3K race walk. It's a combined event in the men's and women's. 3 athletes in the men's: Chris Snook, Luke Legon and Christian Hopper. And the female competitors: Myers, Smith, Pontarolo, Hopper, Nichols and Jennings. All gone a bit quiet around the Bedford International Stadium. We do have the women's high jump where the bar is now up to 1.71 metres. You might see a few more competitors come in at this height. Luke Legan in the orange strip just behind Aldershot's Chris Snook in the white cap. And just coming past your screen there, Natalie Myers, the City of Sheffield athlete. So whilst this is going on, we will now bring you that interview from Miriam Walker-Khan with our ambulant women's 200 metre gold medalist, Maria Lyles.
So I'm here with Maria Lyle, who is the winner of the women's ambulant 100 and 200 metres. Maria, you must be pretty chuffed with this weekend. You've got 2 gold medals.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting it. Obviously, our races are done slightly differently to everyone else. It's on RASA points, so it's not about who wins the race first. It's all about who's closest to world record. So it was really good to get an opportunity at the English Champs, you know, run, especially before Tokyo. So yeah, really happy with this weekend's runs.
And like you were one of the 12 athletes who's been selected for the Paralympics since June, I think it is. So is it nice that that kind of takes the pressure off and now you can just like compete for the rest of the season?
Yeah, definitely. Like I know quite a few athletes are waiting for tomorrow's like the next selection. So it's quite nice, you know, just getting that, like, yeah, you're going, so then I can just kind of concentrate on like the preparations going towards Tokyo. So yeah, it's a weight off the shoulders.
And what have you got next this season before Tokyo?
So I've just got like a local club meet in a couple of weeks, doing the 100 and 200, and then that's us off. So I'm going on the 12th. So yeah, it's near the end.
And what's your kind of main aim for the Olympics? The Paralympics.
No, it's all good. I think hopefully a medal would be nice, but you know, I think for me it's just executing my races, and then if I can do that, then what will be, and I'll just be happy if I know that I've run them my best. But yeah, a medal would be lovely, but we'll wait and see.
Brilliant. Well, fingers crossed, and thanks a lot for talking
to
us.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
They've got Christian Hopper from Canterbury, more about cement and discus. Then go through Abigail Jennings, Aldershot. Diana Morris about to jump, 71. Just over 4 laps to go for Chris Snook of Aldershot. Slight gap on the Luke.
Well, Snook at the front with a 15 metre or so lead in front of Luke Legon. I think we have seen a yellow card for Snook at the front. Just a warning as well for Christian Hopper, a first yellow card for him. Our officials around the track being eagle-eyed. There were 4:14 at the front with Snook through the first 1 kilometre. Snook's lead just increasing. Legon. Well, it looks as if Snook got another card at the front, so he might just have to ease off here to control his technique. It becomes more difficult to keep in contact with the ground if you're going so fast. Technique becomes even more difficult in all events, not just race walking. Well, fairly consistent pacing, and 4:17 second kilometre for Chris Snook. 4:14 the first, so strong at the moment. Working hard. Abigail Jennings, the older shot athlete. Into the final 2 laps for Snook and Legon. Can't miss Legon in the bright orange strip of Bexley. Women's leader Jasmine Nichols from the Leicester Walking Club, number 275 on your screen. Jasmine Nichols there, your women's leader once again. Very hot out there for race walking, fatiguing. Oh, we're keeping an eye out for any potential yellow cards or red cards, you never know. Chris Snook there, you've seen with a white cap going through for the bell. He's some 80 metres or so ahead of Luke Legon in second. And bar any real lifting or fouling, Chris Snook should take the win here pretty comfortably. Snook just overtaking his clubmate Abigail Jennings as he moves down the back straight and tries to motor his way home in the final 210 metres. He'll be your English champion in the 3K walk for 2021. Jasmine Nichols still leading the women's competition. She's now been closed by Christian Hopper, the Canterbury Harrier, just behind her. They will come through for the bell. So we will see Chris Snook in the red and white cap coming across the line for the final time to take the win in 12 minutes 53 and 29. Nichols and Hopper still going with 400 metres to go. That bell was for them, and Hopper now choosing to go around the outside and make a charge for it. Well, Nichols heading down the back straight now. She's been overtaken by Hopper, and Luke Legon has just crossed the line in the orange of Bexley to take the silver. Well, Jasmine Nichols then behind Christian Hopper, who will take the bronze in the men's competition. Hopper gets the bronze and Jasmine Nichols will take the gold in the women's 3K walk. Abigail Jennings, the older shot athlete, getting the silver. It's gold in the men's for older shot, silver in the women's. Only two more athletes to cross the line. Hannah Hopper there from Cambridge. Harriers and edging towards the final 110 metres in this women's 3,000 metre walk. And here goes Hannah Hopper, the final 30 metres to cross the line in this 3K walk. A second medal for the hoppers in the walks today. Tough conditions. And here comes Abigail Smith, the Blackheath and Bromley Harrier. Good effort from her in this 3K walk. It's hot in the stand in the shade. You can only guess the temperature down on the track now. It's 30 degrees, edging on 31. Track temperature must be something like 40 degrees. It is very, very warm indeed. And that final athlete, Abigail Smith, concludes 3K walks for 2021 at the England Championships. Well, next up on track, it is the men's 200 metre final in just over 15 minutes time. We do have the field events. The women's high jump is now up to 1 metre 74. We have the men's long jump medal ceremony in just a few seconds time. Also got the men's ambulant long jump underway as well. Efe Owefo there picking up a bronze medal after the gold in the triple jump yesterday. And his Sunday roast this evening. Alex Farquharson, the Coventry Godiva Harrier. He's the British champion. He's the English champion. And he has a new lifetime best of 7 metres 83. We'll hopefully grab a chat with him in just a few minutes' time. Great performance from the young man. Well, results then from the women's 100 metre hurdles. First heat, Alicia Barrett, 13.65 seconds. Angelita Broadbelt Blake, the veteran now really, with 13.80 seconds. Good run from her, and Katie Stainton, 14.06. The top three automatic qualifiers from that first heat. We will see them in the final and the penultimate event at 10 to 4 this evening, 3:50 p.m. Well, this the upcoming schedule, a good hour or so of athletics. The men's ambulant long jump, they're just going through their final preparations and sending out their markers. That gets underway in 10 minutes time. We then have the men's 200 metre final. There were no semi-finals. We had 3 heats. We're going straight to a final at 1:30. After that we have 2 heats in the women's 100 metres. We then have the men's 800 metre wheelchair final and the women's 800 metre wheelchair final. Bit of men's shot put as well. A couple of ambulant 1500 metre races, and then the women's and men's 400 metre final. So that's the next hour and 15 minutes or so for you here in Bedford. Stay with us. Plenty of action. This the early warming up from the long jump. Well, we've had some great action this weekend. We've certainly enjoyed all the track and field events. The ambulant long jump getting ready to take off. Athletes getting ready to take off in more ways than one, I'm sure, and somebody earlier on who took off and almost took off too much in that final round attempt in the men's long jump. Alex Farquharson, the Coventry Godiva Harrier, British champion, English champion, 7 metres 83 personal best. He's trackside with Mim, Walker Khan.
So I'm with Alex Farquharson, who has just jumped 7 metres 83 to win the men's long jump. That is a big jump, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, it's bigger than British Champs was. I was a little bit gutted with the distance from British Champs, so to sort of push it a little bit further today was, yeah, I'm satisfied with that, yeah.
And it's a nice competition, especially in the summer, also with who you're competing with FA. And what is it like to get that real championship kind of performance in?
Good, yes. So when I saw the start list, I got a bit excited because obviously I saw there was quite a lot of people there. I've been competing with these guys for years, I know what they're capable of, so it's never an easy day. So I know when I see their names I need to switch on a bit, so it was good for them to push me and me to push back and stuff like that. It was a good competition, yeah.
And what have you got planned for the rest of the season?
So considering doing another one next weekend in Bournemouth, and then Manchester International is the plan, maybe to finish off the year. I'm not sure. But yeah, my body's in a good place, so I think I might just make the most of that.
Just keep going.
Yeah.
And then what about next year? Obviously we've got the Commonwealths and the Europeans and the World Champs.
Yeah.
We've got a lot next year.
Next year is rammed, literally. So I'm hoping to get a qualification out indoors next year, so I don't have to come to outdoors and I'm stressing about I need to qualify for this. So it'd be nice to get a nice solid winter in. Come out into indoors, get something out there, and then push on into a rammed year. So looking forward to it.
Great. Well, thanks a lot for speaking to us, and good luck next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Presentation for the men's 3K walk. The bronze medal with 14:51.42. Canterbury Harriers Christian Hopper. The silver medal with 13:26.98 from Bexley, Luke Legon. Gold medal and England champion with 12:53.31 from Aldershot District, Christopher Snook. So we're now on third attempt to nine, just at 174. Martin. Next up, Harry Ferguson. So 5 competitors clear at 174. Improvement to John Martin in the discus, 50-52. final round. Hedger.
Well, whilst this men's ambulant long jump round 1 progresses and gets underway, Miriam Walker-Khan is trackside with our 3K walk champion Chris Snook from Aldershot, Farnham and District.
And with Chris Snook, who's just won the race walk, the 3K race walk, Chris, that looked far, especially in this heat.
Yeah, definitely felt it. Been training for 20Ks, so 3 is actually quite a nice break at the moment, especially in the during the summer times where we're trying to get some good times in. But yeah, it was ridiculously warm, dry all the way around, but did what I could and won. So.
And you got a lion.
I did get a lion.
And what's your kind of focus for the season? Is it the 20K or a lot smaller distance?
Yeah, I've only just moved up to seniors, so I'm pushing up to 20K at the moment. Used to be doing 10s, but I've taken a break recently, take a year and a bit I think. So just trying to get back into it, return to the fitness and hopefully push for internationals soon. And
for people who don't know about race walking, what kind of difference is there between training for a 3K and a 20K?
Well, it's very similar to running. It's a lot of, 20K is a mix of long, hard endurances sessions as well as speed endurance reps, so fast Ks, miles and stuff like this. But with 3K it's much more leg speed, trying to get a lot of quicker cadence over into turn over quicker. A lot more track work in the summer, so it's more enjoyable. It's quicker, but very different. It's very different, yeah.
Yeah. And what have you got planned for the rest of the season?
Not too much. The Manchester International, hopefully another 3K, I believe. So hopefully another quick one. Maybe hopefully not as warm as today, but it's more just returning to form, trying to get a good 20K fitness in, really.
Great. Well, yeah. Congratulations for today and good luck for the season.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ta.
And enjoy your lion.
Thank you.
Meters 94, first who finishes off with there. Ziala clear in the high jump. Time station for the senior women's 3K walk. Bronze medal, 16 minutes 16.77, Cambridge Harriers, Hannah Hopper. In silver medal position, 15:07.78, Aldershot, Farnham and District, Abigail Jennings. The gold medal England champion with 14:56.38, Leicester Walking Club, Jasmine Nichols. So our second attempt now at 177. Looking for your support. Denise Coulson. So Sophie Cook, third attempt at 4:20. Next event on track is at 13:30, the men's 200 metre final, 2 minutes time. And Cook goes clear, third attempt, 4:20. The ambulance men's long jump competition, Stephen Stone, 6:20, Falkland Victoria man. So third attempt at 177 now, Denise Coulson of Knots.
I'm not taking it on Twitter.
We're on with Jasmine Nichols, who's just won the women's 3K race walk.
Yep.
Jasmine, how was that for you? It looked hot, but did you enjoy it?
Not really with the heat. I mean, I'm much more of an athlete that kind of prefers a little bit cooler and a little bit of rain. So the heat, it's definitely a bit too much. I mean, if 5 degrees cooler, it might have been a little bit better, but it's definitely too hot for that today.
But to come away with gold ahead of a Commonwealth year that you're kind of targeting must be really a big confidence boost.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to kind of get away with the win. We've had a lot of technical issues in terms of with my technique and that getting into the pit lane and getting disqualified. So I mean, the time for me was a lot slower than what I'd like to do and what I know I can do, but it was more about getting a technical race in and not ending up in the dreaded pit lane, which we managed, so that's a start.
And how do you kind of build on that as a foundation and keep getting quicker once you've nailed that?
I think it's to go back and sort of carry on trying to focus on technique and get my technique right, so I'm not constantly ending up in the pit lane. So if we could try and focus on getting that right, and then we'll kind of, I think the speed and the endurance is already there, so it's just basing it on technique and hoping that we can push that on to quicker and better things, really.
Obviously you'll be doing the 20k as well, but next year in particular you said you're going to focus on the 10k for the Commonwealth. How do you kind of adjust your training between all of those events?
So we focus mostly on like the 20k, because then we can convert the endurance into the speed for the shorter sort of 10k stuff. So a lot of it is endurance based, so most of our sessions are kind of 10k, or we'll go up to do 20k in training. So we've got that kind of base there, and we've sort of managed to get the right kind of preparation in terms of doing the longer and the shorter stuff. So it all kind of merges into one, really.
So hopefully by next year you'll be fit and ready for that 10k.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Great, thanks so much for talking to us, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
First to attempt 180 will be Philippa Rogan. And a good clearance there from Rogan. So next up, Laura Ziala. So we got first attempt at 4:35. Another good clearance from Ziala. And about to enter the competition. Morgan Lake of Windsor at 1 metre 80. First time clearance there, so the three athletes go to the next height. Metre 83. So Philippa Rose, first attempt. That's the first attempt for Laura Ziala. Another clearance for Ziala. Looks happy with that. That is 87 for Joel Massive in the Aspen men's long competition. High jump, second attempt. So on the pole vault, runway, Sophie Cook, 4:35. And then we have the men's long jump competition, 6 metres 30 for Sharon Chan of Charlwood. So it's third attempt for Philippa Rogan at 1 metre 83.
Well, first sprint final of day 2 of the England Athletics Championships here live in Bedford. It's the men's 200 metre final. Well, it's going to be very, very close. On a qualification, only 3/10 separating everyone, mainly 2/10 between all of the qualifiers. And in lane 1, Samasewa had a great run from the inside earlier, third fastest qualifier through his heat. Alex Beachy goes in 2. Ben Snaith won heat 1 earlier on. Toby Harries won heat 2, and he goes in 4. Andy Robertson, the 100 metre champion, looked cool in the heat for this in lane 5. Tom Summers started strongly in the heat, goes in 6. Top Air Day in 7, and James Gladman, the Birchfield athlete, in lane 8. Can Andy Robertson make it a double English Championship title, or will somebody try and spoil the party? Underway, Snaith gets away well, but Andy Robertson, as you would expect, starts to burn the turn. Gladman, running blind, is moving well at the moment. It's Tom Summers and Andy Robertson. Andy Robertson beginning to try and pull away. Toby Harries is in the mix, and Harries looks as if he might be pulling through. It's going to be Toby Harries from Andy Robertson, and Tom Summers gets the bronze. 20.84 on the clock. A bit of a tailwind, it looked as if, and that was very close. Almost a blanket finish at the end. It just began to unravel in the final 10 metres, and Toby Harries, the Brighton Phoenix athlete, spoils Andy Robertson's double ambitions. Harries came through very late, as he did in the heat. Summers looks strong, and picks up bronze. And James Gladman, well, he ran blind, but it was an excellent run from him. Might have dipped inside 21 seconds, and that would be a great performance for James Gladman if he's managed to do that here today. Well, we'll bring you the results of that men's 200 metre final as soon as we get it. Bit of a delay at the moment with our online results system, not got anything for the last half an hour or so. Morgan Lake just going clear at 186, probably one of the final few athletes to travel out for the British team to the Tokyo Olympic Games. Good prep in the heat, in preparation for what's to come in Japan. Well, next up, it's the women's 200 metre heats. We see those athletes come out in just a few minutes' time. We'll be walking down the back straight. For now, it's the triple jump, or the women's high jump rather, that we'll keep an eye on. Zach Skinner here, the Loughborough student, on the runway. Can't miss him in those illuminating spikes. Red flag, he was well over. You could even see it from this head-on shot. We are in the second round. Laura Zayala, Marshall Milton Keynes having a great season. That's second attempt at 186. She's got one more to go. Bournemouth AC's very own Luke Sinnott. Already seen his club mate James Elliott pick up a silver in the long jump. What can he do in the ambulant edition? Just incredible skill and athleticism down the runway. Control to get into the pit. And this is the third round. Sinnott getting things underway. Wait on the result from that third round effort. 5 metres and 5 centimetres for Luke Sinnott. He moves into the back end of the competition nicely.
So third attempt for Laura Ziala in the high jump at 1m86.
Well, third and final attempt for Laura Ziala in the high jump, 1m86. She missed it narrowly on the second attempt. Aggressive on the runway, just a bit too close. Well, Ziala will pick up the silver medal. Only Morgan Lake left in the competition. The women's 200 metre heats up next, and Katie Stainton there in lane 7, or she'll go on the outside. Already through to the final of the women's 100 metre hurdles.
So the high jump bar goes up to 1m90. The athletes getting ready for the first semi-final of the women's 200 metres. $6.51 for Sharon Chan in the long jump.
Morgan Lake, the only competitor left in the competition. Her next effort will be 1m90. Well, she cleared 196 indoors early this year. Got on 193 outdoors here in Bedford earlier this season. In the long jump. Steve Stone gets the white flag, but bailed out of that one. The lineup then for this women's 200 metre heat 1. Jasmine Moss, the Gateshead Harrier, goes in lane 3. Ella Blakey in 4. Shani Skirvin had a good run yesterday over the 100 metres, goes in 5. Outside her in 6, Ellie Bandy, the 100 metre bronze medalist. And on the outside, Katie Stainton goes in 7. And Morgan Lake there just fouling her first attempt at 1m90, but in the women's 200 it's Moss, Blakey, Shervin, Bandy, Stainton, heat 1 of the women's 200 metres. Away cleanly, Bandy gets out well, cruising past Stainton already. Skirvin on her inside, trying to go with a Moss, also in the mix as they come off the bend. It's the first 3 and the next 2 fastest losers that will automatically qualify for the final. Moss beginning to show her strength in the latter half of the race, but it's Ellie Bandy working very hard. 23.78 on the clock. Well, that time would have won the title back in 2019, so it's a great opener in day 2 for Ellie Bandy. This is the top 3, we will confirm that with you, but Ellie Bandy taking the win. Skirvin and Moss, it looks to be the next 2 automatic qualifiers.
And the gold medal, England champion with 60 metres and 94 Shaftesbury, Nick Piercy.
With the men's discus medal ceremony going on, but we have Morgan Lake in the background. He's just missed a second attempt at 1m90. This was that attempt, and trying to find a bit of something for her third and final attempt to continue with her competition. Well, the senior men's 200 metre final resulted in a win for Toby Harries. Andy Robertson just getting run out of it in the end. Gets a silver in this to go with his gold in the 100 yesterday. Tom Somers looking very happy to pick up the bronze as well, after doing a bit of guide running duties yesterday. All 3 of them enjoying their weekend here job done for those boys. Zach Skinner coming down the runway. Morgan Lake, her third and final attempt at 1m90, but it's the women's 200 metre heat 2 that is underway. 4 athletes going in this. Keep an eye on Morgan Lake in the bottom corner of your screen, but Foster on the inside, Breer, King and Pringle, and Hannah Breer, the Welsh athlete, storming away with this one. Foster on the inside from Shaftesbury Barnett, trying to keep amongst it, but it's these three, Breer, Foster and King, who will get the 3 automatic qualifying spots. Millie King coming through strongly, 23.68, and that is a great run from Hannah Breer. 23.68, faster than Ellie Bandy ran for a huge personal best in Heat 1. I think Millie King would have pushed her personal best of 24.21. Well, Morgan Lake's final attempt at 1m90 then looked much better, agonisingly close, just brushed it really. Not to be for her today, but goes in to Tokyo with some good practice in the heat in Bedford today. Well, incidentally, Hannah Breer just outside her lifetime best of 23.59 seconds, so she was absolutely delighted, and she set that way back in 2015, so she goes into the final later on in very good form. Luke Sinnott again in the long jump. .505 his third round attempt. Can he do any better than that in the fourth? Well, let's just bring you the results of the senior men's 200 metre final. Toby Harries gets the win, 20.82. Robertson, 20.87 for silver. Tom Summers with a good run, 20.90 for the bronze. And here is Min Walker Khan with our champion, Toby Harries.
So I'm with Toby Harries, who's just won the men's 200 metres in a really, really close race, wasn't it? You've got a photo finish sheet there.
Yep, we do. It's 20.82, 20.87, 20.9, so literally less than a tenth.
That was tight. What was it like running today in this heat?
To be fair, the heat was a lot worse. We got held out for a while, and you know, coming from England, we're never used to the heat. So for me, I feel like I'm melting before the race. But when you're running, your legs feel great. So I did enjoy it.
And how happy are you with this medal? And I guess just how your season's going generally?
Yeah, really happy. The season's been quite a few downs, not so many highs. Missing out on the 4 for the Olympic relay team. I mean, good luck to the guys who are obviously going out there. I wasn't good enough this year. But to be able to step down and do some 1s and 2s, even though the 1s didn't go quite as fast yesterday, it's been amazing just to get a medal over the 2 and go back to my roots.
Obviously there's a busy year next year, we've got like loads of big championships, so what are you kind of aiming to do this winter in prep for next season?
Well, we're mixing things up. We're going to add in a lot of plyos, we're going to do a lot of power and speed earlier on, and I think we learnt this year that we sort of put that into the programme a little bit late. So aiming for the world, the Worlds and the Europeans and Commonwealths, and we're just going to see which one hopefully I get. Yeah.
All 3 of them. Well, congratulations, yeah. Toby, and good luck for next year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Well, we're back on the track with a couple of 2-lap races in the wheelchair edition, and it's 2 heats in the men's. The first, Isaac Towers on the inside, Michael McCabe in 3, Dylan Lebroy in 4, Richard Chiasaro in 5, Danny Sidbury in 6, and Ben Rawlings in 7 from Coventry Godiva Harriers. Well, I think we've got a few changes to the start list we have in front of us here. So we'll try and bring you the official names in this race as they come to the break down the back straight. Well, Sidbury near the front as they come around the second bend into the home straight. Dylan Lebroy near the front. Chiasaro at the front, Sidbury in second, and Dylan Lebroy in third, pushing their way round the track, packing in and drafting and trying to keep their speed as they move down the back straight for a second time. Saw Chiasaro last night have a bit of a push out in the 1500 just for 600 or 700 or so, so good preparation for this. Dylan Lebroy now beginning to make a move as they come into the home straight. We're going to be down for a bit of a sprint finish, and Dylan Lebroy, the Weir Archer Academy athlete, pushing through. Well, it's going to be Danny Sidbury, incidentally. 1:36.03. Chiasaro being edged out of it in the end, and Lebroy gets the bronze. Well, we've got one more of these men's 800 wheelchair races and we move to the women's edition. Well, we had the women's pole vault on the back straight earlier on. Jade Ives picking up the silver. Looks very happy with herself, doesn't she? And Sophie Cook picking up the gold. Well, now with the second heat in the men's wheelchair 800 metres, Jamie Edwards on the inside, Sam Kolek in 3, Josh Hartley in 4, Luke Dayan in 5, and Zien Zhu in lane 6. Well, the start list I've got aren't the correct ones, but you can see Zien Zhu in his distinctive red helmet in the mix. Already reaching good speeds as they come round the second bend on this first lap. Pushing hard, Luke Dayan at the front, 55.93 through the first 400 metres. Luke Dayan from the Red Star Athletic Glasgow Club, under 23, pushing on well. You can tell they've had a long weekend of races and might be starting to take its toll as they look to come into the home straight and push on. Dayan trying to hold on for the win. It's just keeping the momentum, keeping it true, and he's going to come through Josh Hartley for the win, just edging out Luke Dayan in the end. .150.26 on the clock. Karim Chan of Charmwood there on the long jump runway in the 5th round now. Over 6 metres without attempt. Another presentation for the women's high jump.
Gold medal and England champion, 1 metre 86 from Windsor, Morgan Lake. Men's shot competition has now commenced. Some early puts, Dan Carl Price from Birchfield, 15.34. Next event on track, it will be the women's wheelchair final over 800 metres.
Well, it's time for the women to have a go in the wheelchair 800 metres. Sophie Taylor in 2, Fabienne Andre in 3, Melanie Woods in 4, Carrie Denigan in 5, and Olivia Gallagher goes in 6. Good race for Carrie in the 400 yesterday. New lifetime best in that, first time sub 60. Should we wanting something the same in this 800 today? Her best 157.47. Well, they're going to come to the break, and Carey and Melanie Woods already good way in the front. Woods takes the lead at the 200 metre mark, around about 30 seconds through that first 200. Woods already opened up a 10 metre gap or so on Carey Adenegan, and Woods had a strong performance yesterday, coming through the bell in 59.08. Carey Adenegan something around 60.8 or along those lines anyway, trying to keep the momentum and push strong. Woods has a best set this year of 152.40. She's absolutely motoring now. Carey Adenegan trying to pick up the pace as she hits the 600 metre mark. Woods going strong. A long weekend of racing. What have they got left in the tank for the final 100 metres? Woods is going to win this one. Carey still going, trying to close the gap. She's not going to get there. Melanie Woods having a great race, 157.5. And Carey Adenegan just outside 2 minutes, we think. That would be a season's best for her. Tough weekend of competition, but great practice and preparation ahead of the Paralympic Games in Tokyo next month. Well, next up on the track we've got some ambulant 1500 metre races. Try and get the start list for them. We then progress to the women's 400 metre final, but we still have one more in this women's wheelchair 800 metres. Absolutely excellent fortitude from Olivia Gallagher. Great fortitude to keep pushing all the way. Joe Gray of Gateshead there gets the white flag.
Significant improvement there for George Hyde, 16.92.
Well, next up we have a couple of 1500 metre races. This is the first, the women's edition, 3 athletes going in this. Well, apparently only 2, even though my start list I just got a few moments ago, it said there was 3. We might have a dropout. Well, we'll bring you the names of these athletes as soon as we can pull them out. Both in the T20 class. Three and 3/4 laps of the track, the 1500. We'll have a bit more of this later on with the men's and women's finals. Well, at the front we've got Jordan Lacey and Rebecca O'Rourke from Havering, the 2 athletes in this. Working together well. While on paper, Jordan Lacey at the front, she's got a personal best, some 20 or so seconds faster. Wonder at what point she might make a long break for home. And we've got 8 athletes in the start list for the men's 1500 metre ambulant final. And Lacey starting to open the gap to 15 metres or so. Well into the running now, choosing to run just on the edge of the inside lane. .227 through the first 700. And second, Rebecca O'Rourke from Havering, working hard. Two minutes 50 through 800. Going well at the front, Jordan Lacey. Just working hard at the moment in her rhythm. More long jump on the runway into the 6th and final round of the ambulant long jump. Lacey opened up a gap of almost 50 metres on O'Rourke. O'Rourke going well at the moment. About what you'd expect at this stage, and Lacey will come round for the belt. Still going strong, trying to pick up the pace, Lacey at the front in this women's ambulant 1500 metre final. For 20 through 1200 metres. Lacey trying to push on. O'Rourke trying to push hard in this final 300 metres for her. The gap almost 80 metres now. Lacey about to come into the home straight. Pushing hard, tilting ahead, digging deep in this women's 1500 metre ambulant final. Pushing hard across the line, outside her personal best, 5:26.47, excuse me. Very tough going on your own, but an excellent job from Southend's Jordan Lacey. And into the final 50 metres now. About to come into picture, Rebecca O'Rourke from Havering will be close to her personal best of 5:44. A good run from those two in the heat here in Bedford today. Well, there's your lineup for the ambulant men's 1500 metres. James McCribbin, Josh Betterley, Sam Fernando, Stephen Bryce, Kieran O'Hara, James Hamilton and Daniel Wolfe. Well, the fastest in the field on seed time, James Hamilton, the Ballymena runner. Well, they've gone off strongly already down that back straight. Already spread eagled the field. And at the front, James McKibbin, the North Devon athlete, closely being tailed by Stephen Bryce, the Glasgow athlete. We've got some mainly T20 class athletes. Josh Betterley in this, the Vale Royal AC athlete, T38. But despite that, 65-second first lap and a strong push from McKibbin, the trailing pack have now caught back up and we've got a lead of 7 athletes just bedding down together. Well, a bit of a faller there, not quite sure what's happened. He's managed to get back to his feet. Amazing resilience just to bounce and get back up. I think that might have been Stephen Bryce. Oh no, Stephen Bryce is at the front still. We've got O'Hara behind him. Our faller was James McKibben, who led early on. We've got two at the front then. O'Hara and Bryce. Bryce leading things through in the blue strip. 2:15 through the first 800 metres. Cruising forward now. Bryce starting to stretch this one out. Best of 4:07. Seems to be speeding up as he goes here, working very, very hard. O'Hara, the Havering athlete, just fading slightly back towards the chasing pack of 4. There's still a lot to be played for here. Into the home straight now for the penultimate time. McKibben leads. Distinctive upright running style at the front. Looks in control at the moment. 3:06.11. 400 to go. Bit of a change in the chasing pack. 50. James Hamilton trying to chase it down from a long way out. 400 metres to go. Great perseverance from James McKibben, the faller. He bounced back up like a rubber ball, didn't he? But he's still going. A lot of athletes would have stopped early on, but at the front, Bryce leading, being chased down by James Hamilton, the Ballymena runner. Look at him go, really closing that gap. 10 metres back now, 200 metres to go in this ambulant men's 1500 metre final. At the front, it's Bryce digging deep with a sprint finish. Hamilton thought he might be able to chase him down. Maybe he still can, who knows. 100 metres to go into the home straight. It's Hamilton trying to chase him down. He won't get there. At the front though, Victoria Park, City of Glasgow athlete, it's Stephen Bryce. And what a front run this is. Absolutely storming run. Arms aloft, 4:10. Delighted with that. And in second, James Hamilton with a great late surge. Stephen Bryce absolutely delighted with that performance. In the heat, that 1500 metres, really cooking towards the end of that race. But a great, great win from Stephen Bryce. Silver will go to James Hamilton. Well, just updating you on the results of the women's wheelchair 800 metres. Melanie Woods with a win, 1:57.4. Carrie Denigan with a season's best, 2 minutes, 0.29 seconds. Fabienne Andre, 2:16.33. And Olivia Gallagher, 2:57.30. Well, we're now waiting for the one-lap finals, the women's 400 and the men's 400. The women will get a crack at it first. This is the final sort of conclusion. We're already at these bottom two events on your screen, T49, T50, the women's 400 metre final, the men's 400 metre final after that. Got a couple of cracking races in store for you there. A lot of athletes in contention. After that, on the track, well, it'd be the men's 800 metre final, the women's 5,000 metre final, a couple of middle distance events for you, the 1500, the women's 200s final, and it's going to be a all action packed final finish to the day.
So we'll go through the lineup for this 400 metre women's final. In lane 2, Holly Turner of Crawley. In lane 3, Victoria Ubarugu, Newman Essex Beagles. In 4, Amy Hilliard of Birchfield. And in 5, from Wrexham, Amy Odenay.
Well, let's take you through the lineup then for this women's 400 metre final. On the inside, Jess Tapping, bronze medalist in the 400 metre hurdles, her 4th race of the weekend. What can she do from lane 1? Holly Turner goes in lane 2. Victoria Uhuragu, fastest through to this final. Outside her, Amy Hilliard, Birchfield Harrier, she goes in lane 4. 52.68 last year, 52.97 this season. Outside her in 6, Amy Odenay of Wrexham. In 7, Susanna Banjo looked very comfortable as well in the heat yesterday. Sian Harry goes in 7. And on the outside, Natasha Harrison in lane 8. Well, keep an eye on lanes 3 and 4. Victoria Uhuragu and Amy Hilliard, perhaps the two favourites for the title here in Bedford. It's 31 degrees. Great conditions for sprinting. Away cleanly. Harrison in lane 8 already storming away. Susanna Banjo already as well closing the gap on Sian Harry. The lane outside of her. Uhuragu just starting to edge the gap between her and Hilliard in the lane outside of her. At the minute, it's pretty close. Banjo and Uhuragu. Uhuragu taking it out hard, really trying to put the feelers on this race in the first 200 metres, and it's Victoria Uhuragu leading this one at the moment. She's got the fastest personal best, 52.62 coming into this. Looked very good in the heat yesterday, and she comes into the home straight leading. Banjo in second, Hilliard with a bit of work to do. She's still in the mix. How much has Victoria Uhuragu got left in her legs? Hilliard holding on for second. Banjo looking good. Can she get the bronze? And it's going to be Victoria Uhuragu who takes his gun to take. 52.34, a new lifetime best for her. Amy Hilliard through for silver, holding off Susanna Banjo, who takes the bronze. Well, Victoria Uhuragu back to her best, her very, very best. The Newman Essex Beagle. 52.37 the official time, and that's her first personal best since 2013. Well, what a performance for Victoria Uhuragu. She took it out hard. She ran so hard, didn't she? And a great, great run from Victoria Uhuragu in that women's 400 metre final. Back to her best. Well, we'll try and bring you the result of the medal athletes. Amy Hilliard, who got the silver, and Susanna Banjo might have pushed their seasons and personal best close. Now the medal presentation for the wheelchair 800 metres. Woods, well, she took the win. Fabienne Andre gets the bronze.
The silver medal with 692 points. First star athletic Glasgow, Melanie Woods.
Melanie Woods, she clocked 157.40. She gets the silver on points, and Carrie Adenigan picks up the gold once again this weekend. Luke Lennon-Ford finished strongly to make this men's 400 metre final. He could be in for some finish here. I'll take you through the lineup in just a second. Maybe one of the main protagonists for the gold here. James Williams in the yellow of Liverpool Harriers, European indoor 4x400 metre medalist from this season. Luke Lennon-Ford goes in lane 1. Tom Evans goes in 2. James Williams in 3. F.A. Okoro, who ran a personal best, and he looked so easy yesterday. Conditions probably even better today. He goes in 4. Dan Putnam done very well to make this final in lane 5 today. Ollie Biddle goes in 6. Jamal Clark in 7. And Jason Hoyle goes in lane 8. Well, you'd expect the gold will be fought between F.A. Okoro and James Williams. The only two athletes with season's best below 47 seconds, but can Dan Putnam and Ollie Biddle fight it out amongst themselves for the bronze? You don't know what will happen. Nobody would have expected Victoria Uhuru to smash her lifetime best in the women's edition. All to play for in the men's. It's Lennon-Ford, Evans, Williams, Okoro, Putnam, Biddle, Clark and Hoyle. The men's 400 metre final. Well, a long hold, and they've been asked to stand up. Well, if they weren't nervous already, they will be after that. Green card being shown to the whole field. Second time of asking then. Luke Lennon-Ford on the inside, Tom Evans in 2, James Williams in 3, F.A. Okoro in 4, Dan Putnam in 5, Ollie Biddle in 6, Jamal Clark in 7 and Jason Hoyle in lane 8. The senior men's 400 metre final. Long hold, it seemed to go on forever, but they are away for the second time of asking, and F.A. Okoro has already closed the gap on Dan Putnam in the first 80 or 90 metres. In 7, Jamal Clark trying to push from the outside. James Williams starting to stride his way and close the gap on F.A. Okoro. Okoro looks so smooth, so comfortable yesterday. Just starts to push the foot down on the accelerator around the second bend. Williams cruising on his inside, trying to close that gap. There's nothing to choose between them, but Efe Okoro has the edge at the minute, and look at him go striding away, pumps those arms. James Williams trying to come back at him. It's going to be tied on the line. Okoro stays cool. Okoro gets the gold. 46-42. Disappointed with that as he crossed the line. He wanted a bit more. We might get a personal best for James Williams there. He might just be inside 46.5. Efe Okoro, he absolutely jogged 46.3 yesterday. He wanted a bit more, didn't he? I'm sure it's in the tank. That sub 46 will come. But he is the English champion, the English 400 metre champion for 2021. Well, it was a tight finish, wasn't it? Ollie Beardle just towed off Dan Putnam for the bronze. Well, he doesn't even seem out of breath, does he, Efe Okoro? A great battle between him and Williams. It tied out just how we expected. Williams and Okoro fighting for the gold, but it was the Birchfield Harrier who took the win. Well, we have the women's triple jump underway. Well, we might have a bit of a break now because we should have had the women's and men's 800 metre finals, but they were run at the heat time yesterday. So I suspect everything's been brought up just a little bit earlier, and we may well see the women's 1500 metre final next up on the track. Well, we're just waiting for confirmation of what's next on the track. The women's 5,000 metres should be up. Only a few athletes, or two athletes rather, entered for that one. We'll wait for confirmation of who they are on our start list. The ambulant men's long jump presentation now. Well, we are going to have only two athletes in the women's 5,000 metre final. Alicia Tate of Gateshead and Sophie Cowper of Rotherham guaranteed medals. They're just making their way down the back straight. Well, we've got the presentation of the ambulant men's 1500 metres now.
So I'm with Kareem Chan, who has just won the men's ambulant long jump. Kareem, you must be pretty excited by that.
Yes, I'm really excited.
And how was it jumping today in the heat? It looked difficult.
It was quite difficult, yeah. I was struggling with the heat a bit. Yeah.
And what kind of things have you done so far this season? How kind of far into the season are you?
Well, I've been injured recently about 6 months ago, so I've been on rehab trying to get back to normal training. So it's been quite hard these 6 months.
It feels like you bounced back pretty well to win the England Championships.
I didn't expect to win today, but I was going for it.
Yeah, it went well. And tomorrow, obviously, you'll find out if you've made the Paralympics team for Tokyo.
Yeah.
What would it mean to you to get over there and compete?
Over the moon.
Yeah. And what would you like to come away with from the Games?
Just the experience, because it's my first time
as
a senior.
Brilliant. Kareem, thank you so much for talking to us, and good luck with it tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the women's 5,000 metres underway. 12.5 laps of the track. 250 metres into this one. Sophie Cowper 171 at the back there in the white with red of the Gateshead vest. Number 321, Alicia Tate. Well, bunking in together, Cowper just going over her outside on the edge. Just bringing you a bit of an update on some of the results from those 400 metre finals. Victoria Uhuragu, huge personal best. First since 2013, 52.37 seconds. Amy Hilliard just inside her season's best, 52.96, and Susanna Banjo picking up the bronze in 53.23. In the men's edition, F.A. Okoro of Birchfield, 46.40 outside him in silver. James Williams of Liverpool Harrier, personal best of 46.51, and in third, Ollie Biddle battling it out with Dan Putnam for the bronze. Gets it in 48.01, while Cowper now at the front in this women's 5,000 metres, just offering them a bit of a drink on the back straight. Tough old conditions out there for distance events, and in this heat it can be quite unbearable. No real group to pack down with, the athletes just having to rely on their own camaraderie between them. Cowper, the Birchfield Harrier, just sitting at the front. Alicia Tate set her personal best this year of 16 minutes 56 at Birmingham. Back in May, we'll be looking to try and get towards that. Great to see both of these two athletes packing in together. Well, we've got the 5,000 metres on the track, the women's triple jump going on there in the 4th round as well. We'll try and cut to that shortly.
9
and a bit laps to go in this women's 5,000. We have the women's 400 metre presentation. Susanna Banjo from the Essex Beagles. New personal best, 53.2. Looks absolutely delighted with that. Very happy as she crossed the line. Amy Hilliard from Birchfield, season's best, 52.96. Long week for her, raced in Gateshead. Came back from Mallorca at the start of the week. And a season's best here, 52.96. And a huge lifetime best. What a performance, Victoria Uhurugu. 52.37. Great perseverance from her. Absolutely took it out. Worthy winner today. Cowper still leading, doing the work. At the front of this women's 5,000 metres, Alicia Tate just choosing to take a bit of water and pouring it over her head just to try and keep cool. It's very, very tough out there. Very hot track, fast Mondo surface. Not easy. Well, we will keep an eye on this 5,000 metres. They're working hard. We've already done 6.5 minutes or so of racing. 8 laps to go. Victoria Oshin-Remy, the Basildon athlete, centre picture. Let's see what she's got in the bank. Well, the 5,000 metres still progressing. Tate and Cowper working hard together. 7.5 laps to go. And Min Walker Khan is now trackside with our women's 400 metre champion, Victoria Uhurugu.
And with Victoria Uhurugu, who's just won the women's 400 metres with an absolutely huge PB, said the first PB since 2013. How does that feel?
I still feel kind of stunned. I can't. It's going to take a while for it to sink in. It's been a long time coming. I kind of knew there was a drop, but it's just been quite tough. I mean, you know, lockdown and everything last year, and like I work as like trying to balance full-time work and like athlete lifestyle, and it's just taken me a while to get it right. But this season, you know, I knew there was a drop, and you know, I wanted to make the Olympic team and stuff, but you know, that was quite gutting not to make the team. But I'm really happy. Like this was another goal I had, to run a PB this season, so I'm happy. Still quite stunned. I can't quite believe it.
Did you expect to run that fast?
I knew. So yesterday, I ran a equal season's best, and it was really comfortable. So I didn't want to get too excited and start thinking PB, but I just thought if I just put the race together how I know I can in my head, it'll be quick. I just didn't want to put a number to it.
Yeah, and it's been a difficult season for you, obviously, but have you got any kind of mentorship from your sister? Or?
Yeah, so I've been working. So I started off my coach at the beginning of the year, Lloyd Cowan, and that was quite tough. But I've been working with my sister, my boyfriend Antonio, who's another sprinter, Italian sprinter. So yeah, my sister's been kind of taking my sessions and things like that. And yeah, I mean, we've just had to. It was a bit of a patchy season, but we just had to work through it the best way we can. I'm sure it's been quite tough for everyone this year as well. So yeah.
And when you're running this quick now, do you want to just keep going till like the end of August, September?
I don't know. I don't know about September. Possibly August. To be honest, like before today, my quad's been very tight, and I was even wondering if I'd be able to do the final. So I'm hoping it isn't anything too serious because it's gotten a bit more tight. But maybe about 2 more races. May take me to mid-August. I'll see how my body holds up. To be honest.
But it's really great to see you running this fast. So
great.
Good
Thank
luck
you very
for
much.
next season as well.
Great.
And thanks for speaking to us.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thanks for that.
Well, less than 6 laps to go in this women's 5,000 metres. The triple jump still in the 4th round. Montana Jackson on the runway.
Presentation for the men's 400 metres. Bronze medal position, 48.01. From Worcester,
We've also got the presentation going on for the men's 400 metres. James Williams smashed his lifetime best for silver, and Efe Okoro, great performance from him. Looked a bit disappointed as he crossed the line, but no doubt that a sub 46 second run is on the cards for him. Well, Alicia Tate now jumping back to the front. Got 5 laps to go in this, and she's opened up a small lead very quickly. Kappa looking a bit fatigued, maybe has a bit more in her legs, who knows. Still plenty of running left in this competition. Mame Diarra Sao Crawley in the triple jump there. Well, Alicia Tate has opened up a small lead. It's not really been extended over the last 250 metres or so. She's looking rhythmical at the moment. When they come round to the finish line now, they will have 4 laps to go. 2/3 of the way through. Hard work for these 2 girls, but they will be well rewarded with an English gold or silver medal. Just extending that gap at the front of Alicia Tate. But for now, Min Walker Khan is down trackside with our men's 400 metre champion.
I'm with Efe Okoro, who's just won the men's 400 metres. Efe, that was so close to a PB.
Yeah, it's really close, especially after yesterday. I ran a PB quite easily, but that's 400 for you. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
And what's it like running in this heat? Because it was a battle as well. It was like you were dominant, but it was a battle with James.
Yeah, with James and the heat, like it's just so uncomfortable out here because it's so warm. But like the warmth usually equals like fast time, so it was still pretty fast. So.
Yeah, and you've had such a good season. It feels like you came out of the pandemic and you were just like ready to go.
Yeah, kudos to my coach Tony Hadley. Had a really good plan for us. He adapted to quite a lot of the training because of COVID, because of the restrictions, and he was just able to like keep us fit and get me stronger and faster. So yeah, but like the season's not over yet. The season's not done, so I think we've still got a bit more in the tank to show. So.
And obviously next year, are you kind of building towards that really, really busy summer that we've got?
Yeah, so to be honest, like doubling up at the champs, I think it's going to help that a lot because as you say, there's the World, Commies and Euros next year in like a short period of time. So to myself, if I think I can do 4 races of like 24, 48 hours, then 3 champs should be okay. That's like the times, which I hopefully can do, touch wood.
And what have you got the rest of the season?
So I think Manchester International, and then a few races abroad as well to try and get the 4 hurdles time for next year. and run another 400 metre PB.
Can we just talk about that doubling up that you did at Champs?
Yeah, sure.
People probably think you're a bit crazy. What was kind of the rationale behind that?
So last year it was just for a bit of fun. Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, because like there was nothing else on, so I was like, oh, just go for it, just do both. But it's funny because like going to this season, we thought definitely not double up. Then I raced in Geneva, around like 50.3 of the hurdles. Then like an hour and 15 after, I ran PB 4635. And like that kind of like bumped me up into like kind of like I thought what would be a relay spot, and I thought, oh, I don't want to leave it to chance, so I put myself in the mix and see if I can get selected for the relay and the 4 hurdles. So hoping to kind of like get an invite for the 4 hurdles if I got into the relay, but see that didn't happen. But I risked it, I left everything out there, so it's what it is.
Well, you keep running like this and you'll get lots of invitations next year, I'm sure.
Well, now I want to get there by right, but we'll see.
Yeah. All right, thanks a lot for talking to me.
Thank you very much, Bim. Take care. Ciao. Are we done?
Great to hear from Efe Okoro. But meanwhile, on the track, our 5,000 metre final for the women is marching on, and Alicia Tate looking better and better. Her lead extended to almost 50 metres now. Well, this is their penultimate lap. 600 to go for Alicia Tate. Cowper working hard. Did really well to lead for the first 5 laps or so. Set the pace. Tate used it to her advantage. Now beginning to show her class. And she will now come round the belt, rung sweetly by Stuart Barnes, one of our England Athletics officials here. 16:23 at the belt. Well, it's not going to be a personal best, but it's going to be a gold medal for Alicia Tate, the Gateshead Harrier. Sophie Cowper, the Rotherham Harrier, working hard. Tate just extending her lead as she strides away down the back straight, doing what she knows best. There are only 2 athletes in this competition. Congested period for a lot of athletes, of course. The under 23s in Tallinn, under 20s in Tallinn this week as well. And some other events going around, of course, the Tokyo Olympic Games. So some fields this weekend perhaps, and not as full as they would have been otherwise, but you've got to turn up if you want to medal. It will mean a lot to Alicia Tate. It will mean a lot to Sophie Cowper. Nobody can ever take away being national champion. She has the performance. She will have the medal in a few minutes' time in the presentation. But Alicia Tate from Gateshead Harrier is your 5,000 metre champion for 2021. Cowper into the home straight now as well. It was warm out there. Tate needed a bit of water to cool herself down halfway round. Clapped home by some of the remaining supporters here in Bedford. But Sophie Cowper is your England 5,000 metre silver medalist. Well, next up on the track, we're just having to wait and see, but it's going to be the women's 1,500 metre final, I believe. We'll be bringing you that action in just a few minutes' time.
Seniors 1500 metre final. So the winner goes on 1500 metres. Large field. And the jump. Adelaide coming to World Junior 46 is responsible to go back into third place. Seniors 1500 metre final.
Well, the women's 1500 metre final is underway. Quite a large field, isn't it, really? Significantly more than the women's 5,000 metres just now. 18 athletes down on my list. Not quite sure that's how many there are down on the track, but at the front, Danielle Hodgkinson, 2:13. Sabrina Sina just tucking in behind her as well. The Cambridge Harrier. Well, interesting to see what we're going to come through in. 72 and a bit through the first 400 metres.
73.1, 400.
On the outside there, 170. Lily Coward, Victor East Kent athlete. Well, Hodgkinson at the front doing the legwork at the moment. Sina just on her outside shoulder tracking this one. Plenty of athletes that could be in the mix for a medal here. Wonder at what point they will start to stretch away. Get a feeling the surge is coming. Lucy Robinson of Wakefield just on the inside curb, tucked in behind our leader Danielle Hodgkinson from Wallsend Harriers. Well, we've got a lead pack of 7. Managed to break away from the rest of the field at the moment. Surging forward. 600 metres to go. A long break for home hasn't happened yet. Are they going to leave it down to the last 400 or 200 or maybe even the last 50? Who knows? All to play for. 7 athletes still in the mix. Hodgkinson has done well to sit at the front for this long. Cena just on her shoulder. Tucked in behind Lucy Robinson. Danielle Hodgkinson just stretching her legs. Now on the outside, Lily Coward in the red of Invicta East Kent, just trying to get to the front. Cena responds and goes and holds that inside curb. She has the line. 170, Lily Coward. And Sabrina Cena at the front. Hodgkinson wipes her brow, ready to dig deep over this final 300 metres. Lucy Robinson still in the mix as well. She's on the outside in third. Cena so far holding off Lily Coward. 5 athletes still in the mix-up. Lily Coward trying to edge away as they come into the final 200 metres. Around the outside though, she's sat patient throughout this whole race. Lucy Robinson, number 300, and look at this burst of pace from the Wakefield athlete. Charging forward, pumping those arms, look at her go, full of running. A real sprint finish here. She left it to the final 150 metres. She sat patient. Lily Coward is battling it out for silver. She looks to hold strong at the moment, but all at the front, it's Lily Coward. She has done everything right in this race, gritting her teeth. Sabrina Cena looks like she might take Coward for silver, but at the front, 4:18.77 for the win. Lily Coward takes it. Oh, rather, sorry, Lucy Robinson takes it. Lily Coward gets third, and Sabrina Cena gets the silver. Danielle Hodgkinson did so much of the legwork. She just ran out of legs in the end. And Lucy Robinson absolutely delighted with that. What a way to finish, caught everybody off guard. And she's the English champion for 2021. .4:18.77 on the clock. Well, into the last bit of action. The men's 1500 metre final is up next. The women's 200 final after that. The men's 200 final has already been. We've seen that today already, so that's one to strike off your calendar at T57. The men's 5,000 metre wheelchair final. Going to have to get confirmation about that. Not seeing any start lists for it. Not sure if it is happening. The day concludes though with the sprint hurdles, the women's 100 metre hurdles, and then the men's 110 metre hurdles, where Jake Porter will be vying for back-to-back medals. This the medal presentation for the women's 5,000 metre. Alicia Tate, good run, strong run at the front to take the gold for 2021. Well, underway with the men's 1500 metres final. Could be in for a bit of a mix-up. Well, just to confirm with you, we've got the men's 1500 final, the women's 200, the women's 100 hurdles, and the men's 100 hurdles finals, and that is it into the final half an hour of the weekend. Well, we're going to be a bit of a challenge to pick who is who in this race. Ben West just packing in at the front. Sam Charlton in second at the moment as well. James Young is amongst it in the middle of the pack, just biding his time to Morpeth Harrier. Had a great season so far, James Young, personal best 3:37. Over in the States now, looking to try and push on and become England champion this weekend. Joe Tuffin just in third at the moment, the Rushcliffe athlete. They've strung themselves out. Nothing really to give any ideas as to who may or may not be looking to take this one out early. James Young now just nudging his way into second, bit of a stumble, takes a breath, holds his composure. Ben West would have taken everyone down like a bunch of skittles, and I think Ben West might have had an easy run for home. Coming round to the 800 metre mark, it's been fairly cautious so far. 2:06, very comfortable indeed. These guys can do that all day. West from Young. It's calm around Bedford now, barely a breeze, a few patchy clouds in the sky, the temperature at 31 degrees. We might have a bit of a run for it now as they come into the home straight for the penultimate time. It's going to stretch out, it's going to be a sprint finish. Who's got the lungs, who's got the legs? James Young at the front. Tuffin on his outside shoulder. James Young, long run for home, 2:50.73 at the bell, 300 metres to go. Young with Tuffin on his shoulder, West in behind as well. James Young got a lot of work to do here, 300 metres out, trying to stretch them down the back straight. And maybe a slight breeze going down that back straight. Who's got the strength to hold it? They're dropping Ben West now as he starts to fade backwards from third into fourth, 200 metres to go. Young digging deep, can't drop Joe Tuffin from Rushcliffe just yet. Maybe a late charge as well. In third, there's going to be three of them as they come into the home straight. James Young still has it at the moment, his hands on gold, looks over his right shoulder. He's got a late challenger coming down the final 50 metres. Another look over his right shoulder, another. Can he hold him off all the way? James Young with the win, 3:45. Cameron Allen, the Horton Harrier, coming through for second. And it was Joe Tuffin, the Rushcliffe, picking up third in the end. What a finish that was from Cameron Allen. James Young, well, fastest in the field, 3:45.85 on the clock. What a finish that was. Very strong last 600 metres or so. Dug deep for that one. Well rewarded. Wasn't quite sure, was he? Wasn't convinced. Wasn't sure that Allen was put to bed. He had a great finish, timed it well. But it was James Young, the Morpeth Harrier, doing the business. Well, we've got the women's 200 metres just walking down the back straight now. They'll be setting up their blocks and we'll be with them for the start of that race in just a few minutes' time. The lineup for that: Skirvin, Blakely, Stainton, Bandy, King, Breyer, Moss and Foster. We'll bring you more details on that in just a few minutes, but we have for now the women's triple jump presentation. And Tana Jackson, Thames Valley Harrier, picking up the silver, looks delighted with that. And Leah Stevenson picking up the gold for 2021. Well, the women's 200 metre final. The last sprint final of the weekend. Shanae Skirvin, well, she goes in lane 1. Set a personal best in the heat. 24.11. Good running from her. Good day yesterday as well. Outside her in 2, Ella Blakey from Derby. Katie Stainton going to have a busy 20 minutes for her. She goes in 3. Ellie Bandy in 4. Millie King in 5. Hannah Breer in 6. Moss in 7. And Foster in 8. Well, the presentation for the women's 1500 metres. 4:18 the win from Lucy Robinson. What a sprint finish that was. Judged it really, really well. Pushed hard to the line. Well, the fastest through to the final, Hannah Breer, 23.66, her best well, for a good while. Ellie Bandy, a huge personal best as well, 23.76. She won bronze in the 100 metres yesterday. How much better can she go here today? How much is that personal best in the heat taken out of her legs? Breer was delighted with that 23.6. Can she better her own mark? So Skirvin on the inside, Blakey, Stainton, Bandy, King, Bryant, Moss and Foster. The women's 200 metre final. Cleanly away. Stainton does not start. Hannah Breyer already storming round past Moss and Foster. Bandy trying to go with her, 2 lanes inside of her. And as we come into the home straight, it's Breyer from Bandy on the inside. Skirving going well. Can she get amongst the medals? Hannah Breyer looks as if she might just hold on. Bandy working hard. She's tying up. Breyer cool. Breyer for the win. 23.63. Consistent from her. Bandy might have got another personal best. We'll have to watch the replay to find out who got third. But Hannah Breyer, 23.62 for the win. And in lane 7, Jasmine Moss coming through for the bronze. Skirvin had a lot of work to do from lane 1. Tough, but maybe close to another personal best for her. Well, we've only got 2 races to go now. It's the women's 100 metre hurdles final in 10 minutes time, and then the men's 100 metre hurdles final 10 minutes after that. So we'll be back with the track events in just a few minutes time, but first we've got the javelin presentation for the women's event, which concluded not too long ago. Freya Jones picking up the javelin gold medal for 2021. And we'll be back with the women's 100 metre hurdles final in just under 10 minutes time.
So just 2 races to come, both hurdles and sprint hurdles finals. First up will be the women. Due off in just over 5 minutes time. Presentation of medals for the men's 1500 metres. Bronze medal, 3 minutes 47.5 from Rushcliffe, Joe Tuffin. The silver medal, 3:46.02 from Houghton Harriers, Cameron Allen. And the gold medal and England champion with 3:45.83 from Morford Harriers, James Young.
Well, the women's 100-metre hurdles final will be going in just a few minutes' time. Final few preparations for these athletes, and full field of 8 will be going in this. Good conditions now, a bit of a breeze on their blacks, nothing too strong. Ideal, really. Going to be a great battle between Heather Patton and Alicia Barrett. But before we get on with our last 2 events of the evening, we have Min Walker Khan with our men's 1500 metre champion.
So I'm with James Young, who's just won the men's 1500 metres. James, you said you've been hanging on for this race for the past couple of weeks. How does it feel to win it then?
Yeah, I mean, the traffic on Friday was absolutely awful. Like, it took, I think, 6 hours here. It should have been 4 hours. So I was like, if I'm coming over this way, I better actually make it worthwhile and get the teddy bear. Yeah, so it was good that it was worth it. I was thinking about ending my season last week, and then I just saw this was like 6 days later, so I'll just try and hang on. Like, nice to finish on like a championship and just try and get a national title in England, which I did. So made, I think, like 70 quid worth of petrol worth it.
That's nothing, I think. And you've had a long season, obviously you're out in America, so that means you've got NCAA competition. So what's it like to just get it all done with now? Yeah, I mean, because obviously the American season starts a lot earlier, so I've been racing since like mid-April. I haven't raced that long, but it's just been like over a prolonged amount of time. It's more mentally more than anything, like just trying to like gear yourself up for these races. And like, I feel like I've already did everything I wanted to do this year, and so it's just like, how long do I keep on going without like just burning myself out? So it's been good. Done everything I wanted. It's good to end up with a Leon, we'll call them. And now obviously it's the end of your season. Are you just prepping to go back to America?
Well, I'm gonna put on a few pounds, try and enjoy myself for a couple of weeks, and then I'll just be gearing up for the cross-country season. Just try and get the strength up again, and just get ready for next year and do it all again.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot for talking to us, James.
Cheers, thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, our penultimate race of the day. The women's 100 metre hurdles final. Natasha Smith goes in lane 1, Emily Russell in 2, Heather Patton in 3, Megan Mars in 4, Alicia Barrett in 5, Angelita Broadbelt-Blake in 6, Katie Stainton in 7, and Harriet Jones goes in lane 8. Well, the athletes in 3, 4 and 5, Patton, Mars, Barrett, all look very strong in the heats. It was a toss-up really between Patton and Mars. They got the same time in their second heat. Bit of a tailwind. They'll be wanting to go quicker in this. Smith, Russell, Patton, Mars, Barrett, Broadbelt-Blake, Stainton and Jones. The women's 100 metre hurdles final. Cleanly away. Patton got away well. Alicia Barrett strong through the middle part of this race, and she's beginning to surge. Mars trying to go with the Patton fading, but it's going to be Alicia Barrett who takes the title. 13.25. Megan Mars gets the silver. Patton just being run out for the medal. A good run from Alicia Barrett. She looked controlled, got out much better than she did in the heat earlier on, and in the end it was a comfortable win. Clattered the last barrier, but nothing could really stop her at that point. 13.26 the official time. Over the final barrier. It was tight for bronze in the end. Mars got the silver. Patton just edging out Angelita Broadbelt-Blake for the bronze. Well, Mars looking absolutely delighted with that.
23.95 from the 10, Jasmine Moss.
Oh, Jasmine Moss picking up the bronze medal in a lifetime best under 24 seconds. Ellie Bandy, a bit slower than she ran in the heat, but a second medal of the weekend. Bronze in the 100, silver in the 200. And Hannah Breyer picking up the gold. She was happy after the heat earlier on and absolutely delighted now. Can't take the smile off her face. Back to her best. Well, last race of the day coming up in less than 10 minutes time really. We're just waiting for the officials to alter the hurdle markings and heights up to 3'6". Obviously Bradley Reed going the men's 110 metre hurdles final. Owen Hurd, Jake Porter perhaps the favourite. He's going to be pushed on Miguel Pereira in 4. Cresswell. Edson Gomez looked very, very good, didn't he? Fastest through to this final. David Ariti, well, made the 400 metre hurdles final this morning, so a bit of a long day, long weekend for him. And we've also got Dejon Wright in the mix as well. Well, not much left in the day of this England Athletics Championships. It's been an absolute corker this weekend. Couldn't have asked for better conditions, really. Well, I'm sure some of the athletes, they love a good old moan, don't they? So we'll be hearing about it for a while to come. Plenty of medals issued out, and the most recent one that's been handed is the women's 200 metre gold medal. Hannah Breyer was emphatic in that victory. Stormed round the bend, strong in the finish and held off everyone. And she's trackside with Min Walker Khan now.
So I'm with Hannah Breyer, who's just won the women's 200 metres and got broken a 5-year season's best record, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
How was that for you? You must be really excited about that.
I'm so happy, honestly. It's been the toughest 5 years, and I think everyone around me will just say that I've honestly been through the walls, and it has been really tough to put together not one but 2 races. I'm honestly over the moon, really can't believe it.
And off the back of, you know, a pandemic year, but also early this year when you've had so many difficulties training out in public, what's it feel like to kind of push through that and actually just have a great season?
Do you know what, it really does feel amazing. I was obviously off the track, I wasn't given elite dispensation, so I was training up hills and going through quite a lot, training completely by myself and sometimes putting myself in, you know, a bit of danger doing it as well. So these moments now really do make it worth it. Like all those times that I was pushing myself, you know, on the side of the hill, on the side of the roads, just like in a proper hole from training, and this is what makes it worth it. And it was moments like this was driving me through that time, so it's just nice that it's all paid off.
And you mentioned you're really close to that Commonwealth standard as well for next year, so what is your kind of plan going into the winter and building for such a busy year?
Yeah, I mean, just keep pushing. Like, I'm just going to race and just enjoy it. I'm trying not to put too much pressure on myself to get that standard. Obviously, I'd love to get it, and that is my biggest aim at the moment, but I think deep down I really need to just enjoy races, and it will come. Like, I have belief that it will come at some point, so just fingers crossed it will happen soon.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see you running so well, so congratulations and thanks for talking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All present and correct?
Well, the medal presentation for the women's 100-metre hurdles. Heather Patton picking up the bronze. Megan Mars, great run, was delighted as she crossed the line. Picked up the silver. 13.26, the winning time for Alicia Barrett. Cool and calm. Picking up her medal. And we've had the women's 100 hurdles. We've got the men's 110 to come. Last race of the day. Hurdles can so often throw up a mixed bag of results. You never quite know who's going to take it. A lot changes in the hurdles from heats or semi-finals to finals. The lineup for this: in lane 1, Bradley Reed; in 2 of Harrow, Owen Hurd. Jake Porter, the favourite. He's the fastest personal best on paper, 13.68. He goes in 3. Miguel Pereira edged out in the heats earlier on. He goes in lane 4. Ollie Cresswell had a good run, goes in 5. Edson Gomez, the fastest through to this final, with a time of 14.08. We're looking to go a bit quicker than that today. David Ariti in 7. Ran in the 400-metre hurdles final earlier on as well, and in lane 8, Dejon Wright of Harrow. 3 Harrow athletes in this. Well, don't ask them for a 3x110-metre hurdle relay. Reed, Hurd, Porter, Pereira, Cresswell, Gomez, Ariti and Wright. The final race of the 2021 England Athletics Championships. Cleanly away. Porter rises first. Gomez going well. Pereira finishes very, very strongly. He's clattered a few. Porter battered the 5th hurdle. It's between Gomez, Pereira, Porter. Pereira coming through. 13.93. Takes a dip and a dive at the end. Gomez couldn't quite get there. Porter clattered the final barrier and knew he'd just lost the edge. It was a great race. He had control over it. Any one of 3 could have taken it. 13.93, the winning time. Miguel Pereira wins the English Championships for 2021. 13.94, the winning time. Just outside his lifetime best of 13.89, well inside a season's best for him. Great run in second for Edson Gomez. Well, that is our last race of the weekend. It's been a fantastic competition, hasn't it? But before we wrap things up, we have Mim Walker-Khan trackside with our penultimate gold medalist from the weekend, Alicia Barrett, the 100-metre hurdles champion in 13.26 seconds for 2021.
I'm with Alicia Barrett, who's just won the women's 100-metre hurdles in a very quick time, almost the season's best as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Almost.
But yeah,
How was
too
that?
bad. No, it was alright. It was
The weather's a bit cooler now, so it was really nice to come out. Yeah, no, it was fun. I really like it here, so it's nice to be back.
And what's this season been like for you generally?
It's been alright, it's been really fun. I think it's been really enjoyable to come back and compete. Yeah, and it's been really nice to do. I've really enjoyed the home competition, so yeah, we need more of them because they're just so much fun. And yeah, when the weather's good, everything's good.
And we've got one next year as well, Commonwealth. Is that what you kind of got your sights on?
No, that'll be really cool. Yeah, really cool. It's a shame that today wasn't. It was just outside the standard, so that's a bit irritating. But no, it'll be really fun next year. Yeah.
And what else have you got planned for this season?
Well, while things are going off in Tokyo, I'll probably just train for a bit, which would be really nice, and then just come out for a couple of comps, hopefully do Manchester International, which would be great, and then yeah, just see how it goes.
And I don't know if you can get close to the camera, but you've got some very fleeky nails going on. It's kind of like Flojo vibes. Can you show the camera?
I won't say Flojo.
There was an Insta poll to get these nails, so
yeah.
I think you went for the right choice. Bro, congratulations.
I hope no one's watching that.
Congrats for your medal and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thanks.
I'm so excited.
Well, we're starting to wrap things up here in Bedford, but before we leave you, we're just awaiting the medal presentation for the men's 110 metre hurdles, and hopefully we can get Miguel Pereira to have a chat with Min Walker Khan trackside. But as you can see, officials here, they don't mess about, they wrap things up quickly. And our presentation team just trying to herd catch, if you like. Everyone is everywhere trying to get their stuff and get ready to head home and probably sit in a cool car with some aircon on. I certainly can't wait for that myself. It's been very warm and a bit muggy today, not really any breeze in comparison to yesterday. It was a lot hotter, a lot earlier. Well, we bring you the medal ceremony of the men's 110 metre hurdles in just a few moments' time.
Jake Porter to presentation, please. Jake Porter, as soon as possible. So Jake Porter to presentation, please. Jake Porter. So presentation for that final race with the men's 110 hurdles. The silver medal, 14.02 from Shaftesbury Barnet, Edson Gomez. Gold medal and England champion, 13.94 from Harrow, Miguel Pereira.
I am with Miguel Pereira, who's just won the men's 110 metre hurdles. Miguel, a season's best, was it?
That's right, yeah.
And did you say close to a personal best as
yeah,
well?
Very close to personal best. Shame didn't get there, but close.
What's it feel like to win today when you're running that quick as well?
Oh, incredible. I mean, I've got so many silver and bronze medals and these things, so to finally actually win a national championships is fantastic, it really is.
And it's been a great season for you, hasn't it? What's been your kind of highlight?
My highlight is today for sure. It's been up and down because I've been injured early part of the season, but you know, came back from it, managed to put a few races together, and to perform today it was fantastic, really.
What have you got planned for the rest of the season?
Tricky to answer. I mean, league matches mostly. It's very hard to get abroad, obviously, given the situation, but hopefully that's a possibility at the end of August. We'll have to wait and see, I suppose.
Well, massive good luck, and good luck for next year as well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for talking to us. That is it for today. Thanks so much to everyone who's joined us on the live stream. We'll be back hopefully next year, but thanks a lot to everyone and congrats to the medalists. Bye bye.